Education is the foundation of life that must be built as excellent as possible for everyone without exception. The need for educators and teachers that continues to increase makes universities keep making progressive steps to produce good quality educators. The Faculty of Education and Teacher Training of IAIN Pekalongan is here to meet the needs of educators and teachers. With accreditation mostly A, Faculty of Education and Teacher Training is the best choice to produce educators who are not only professional in the academic field but also uphold religious attitude and Islamic values. There are 7 majors in the Faculty of Education and Teacher Training, including Department of Islamic Education with an A accreditation, Arabic Language Education Department with an A accreditation, Department of Islamic Elementary School Teacher Education with a good accreditation, Department of Early Childhood Islamic Education with a good accreditation. Our newest department and program, namely Teacher Professional Education, has yielded 2 classes this year, is ready to make even more professional and good quality teachers, equipped with adequate facilities that can support students to develop and innovate, and supported by competent and experienced experts in their fields. The Faculty of Education and Teacher Training IAIN Pekalongan also has many achievements both at regional and national levels. To continue improving the quality, the Faculty of Education and Teacher Training has vision and mission.
Atas nama pimpinan Fakultas Tarbiyah dan Ilmu Keguruan IAIN Pekalongan, dengan visi menjadi fakultas terkemuka dan kompetitif dalam pengembangan ilmu tarbiyah dan keguruan berbasis teknologi dan berwawasan keindonesiaan di tingkat nasional pada tahun 2036. Visi tersebut kami lanjutkan dengan misi Fakultas Tarbiyah dan Ilmu Keguruan IAIN Pekalongan yang terdiri dari menyelenggarakan pendidikan untuk menghasilkan lulusan Fakultas Tarbiyah dan Ilmu Keguruan yang memiliki kecerdasan spiritual, keluasan ilmu dan teknologi, mengembangkan ilmu tarbiyah dan keguruan melalui penelitian dan kepentingan keindonesiaan dan kemanusiaan, meningkatkan peran aktif dalam penguatan dan pemberdayaan masyarakat, serta menjalin kerjasama dengan berbagai pihak, baik dalam dan maupun luar negeri. Fakultas Tarbiyah dan Ilmu Keguruan IAIN Pekalongan memiliki keunggulan-keunggulan, diantaranya kami dalam pengelolaannya sudah memakai International Standard of Organization 2018, dan keunggulan kami yang terbaru antara lain adalah mencapai peringkat kedua kelulusan ujian kinerja dan ujian pengetahuan di tingkat nasional untuk LPTK PPG yang dikelola oleh 28 PTKIN. Kami bersyukur atas semua prestasi yang telah didapat. Mudah-mudahan ini menjadi satu pertanggungjawaban kita sebagai pengelola dan pengemban amanat pada masanya untuk bisa kita berikan dan kita abdikan untuk Fakultas Tarbiyah dan Ilmu Keguruan beserta IAIN Pekalongan yang kita cintai bersama.
Ayo bergabung bersama kami di Fakultas Tarbiyah dan Ilmu Keguruan IAIN Pekalongan dan menjadi mahasiswa berprestasi.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Asma. Bismillahilladzi la yadurru ma'asmihi syai'un fil ardi wala fis sama'. As-Sayyid Rais Jami'ati Abdurrahman Wahid al-Islamiyah al-Hukumiyah di Madinati Pekalongan, Al-Ustadz Profesor Dr. Zainal Mustaqim hafidhahullah, As-Sadatul Umada fil Kulliyat min al-Jami'ah, Sadata Ru'asa'il Mu'assasat min anha'il alam al-Islami, wa fi muqaddimatihim Mudir Mu'assasah Simiyu Al-Mu'assasah At-Ta'limiyah di Syarqi Janubi Asia, As-Sada Ru'asa'il Aqsam wal Mandubin min al-Kulliyat al-Jami'ah, was-Sadatul Ulama al-Ajilla min al-Bahisin fi hadzal mu'tamar, Sayyidati wa Sadati, salamullahi ta'ala alaikum wa rahmatuhu wa barakatuh. Alhamdulillahilladzi hadana li hadza wa ma kunna linahtadiya laula an hadana Allah. Asyhadu an la ilaha illallah wahdahu la syarika lah wa asyhadu anna Muhammadan abduhu wa rasuluhu la nabiyya ba'dah. Allahumma shalli wa sallim wa barik ala hadzal nabiyil karim wa ala alihi wa ashabihi ajmain. Wa ba'd. Fa marhaban wa ahlan wa sahlan bi hudurikum fi rihabi hadhihi al-jami'ah al-'atirah, Jami'ati Abdurrahman Wahid al-Islamiyah al-Hukumiyah di Madinati Pekalongan, khilal hadzal mu'tamar at-tawli as-sani alladhi tamma tanfidhuhu tahta riayati ra'isil jami'ah wa 'amidi kulliyati tarbiyah wal ulum at-tahiliyah. Wal mawdu' ar-ra'isi fi hadzal mu'tamar huwa at-tarbiyah al-islamiyah al-wasatiyah bi ajli tanmiyatil mujtama' al-madani al-mustamir.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the second International Conference on Islam and Education, Iconie 2022, organized by Faculty of Education and Teaching Training, Uin Kiai Haji Abdurrahman Wahid, Pekalongan. The main theme for this conference is Moderate Islamic Education for Sustainable Development in Plural Society. This conference is conducted offline and online and is aired through YouTube channel. Before we proceed the agendas today, we would like to express our sincere gratitude to Rector of Uin Kiai Haji Abdurrahman Wahid Pekalongan, Professor Dr. Zainal Mustaqim, the Dean of Faculty of Education and Teaching Training, Uin Kiai Haji Abdurrahman Wahid Pekalongan, Dr. Muhammad Sugeng Salahuddin, and Governing Board from Female CSEP, Dr. Muhammad Hasbi from Indonesia, Mr. H.E. Prakosal from Cambodia, Mrs. Alma Ruby Koronangan Teryo from Philippines, Ms. Hajah Nur Sosiawati binti Haji Mohtahir from Brunei Darussalam, and Mrs. Sifafun Manifa from Laos PDR. And we also want to deliver our gratitude to the Director of Female Sikkim, Dr. Sumar Jono. We have four main speakers in this first day conference. First speaker is Professor Jajang Jahrani PhD from UIN Jakarta, Indonesia. Second speaker is Professor Dr. Yusuf Hanafi from Universitas Negeri Malang, Indonesia. Third speaker is Dr. Sue Elliott from University of New England, Australia. And fourth speaker is Professor Dr. Frans Whitson from Radboud University, the Netherlands.
والبرامج التي سنمر بها في هذا المؤتمر الدولي هي ما يلي: الأول الافتتاح، فهيا نفتح هذه البرنامج بقراءة بسملة. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم.
The next agenda is singing National Anthem Indonesia Raya and hymn of Uin Kiai Haji Abdurrahman Wahid Pekalongan that will be led by Wahid, a student from PGMI Ftik Uin Kiai Haji Abdurrahman Wahid Pekalongan. The audience, would you please be upstanding? For all the audience, please to be seated.
والبرنامج الثالث تلاوة ما تيسر من القرآن الكريم الذي تتلوه إلينا عند رحموات الطالبة بكلية التربية والعلوم التأهيلية من الجامعة وإليها فليتفضل مشكورا.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. A'udzu billahi minasy syaithanir rajim. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. The next agenda is welcoming remarks. The first remark will be delivered by Dr. Muhammad Jaini as the chairperson of Iconie. For Dr. Muhammad Jaini, time is yours.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. السيد رئيس جامعة كياي عبدالرحمن وحيد الإسلامية الحكومية بمدينة Pekalongan، بروفيسور دكتور زين المستقيم الماجستير، السيد أمين كلية التربية والعلوم التأهيلية دكتور محمد سوغان صالح الدين الماجستير، السادة العلماء والسادة العمداء بالكلية من الجامعة، والسادة رؤساء الأقسام والمندوبين من الكليات بالجامعة، سادات رؤساء المؤسسات في أنحاء العالم الإسلامي، وفي مقدمتهم رئيس مؤسسة الساميو المؤسسة التعليمية بشرق جنوب آسيا، والسادة العلماء الأجلاء من الباحثين في هذا المؤتمر، وفي مقدمتهم بروفيسور دكتور فرانك ويتشن from Redbird University Netherlands، بروفيسور دكتور وائل علي السيد from Ain Shams University Egypt، بروفيسور جاجang Jahroni PhD from UIN Jakarta Indonesia، Profesor Dr. Yusuf Hanafi from Universitas Negeri Malang Indonesia, Profesor Dr. Syamsul Ma'arif from UIN Wali Songo Semarang Indonesia, Profesor Dr. Aan Hasanah from UIN Bandung Indonesia, Dr. Swi Elliot from University of New England Australia, and Dr. Himman Muhammad Khamsis from Institute Ramlah Daeng Abdul Qadir, Singapore. Sayyidati wa sadati, assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Alhamdulillahi alladhi hadana lihada wa ma kunna linahtadiya law an hadana Allah. Ashhadu an la ilaha illallah وأشهد أن محمدا عبده ورسوله لا نبي بعده. اللهم صل وسلم وبارك على هذا النبي الكريم وعلى آله وصحبه أجمعين، وبعد. أيها الحضيرون الكرام، فمرحبا أهلا وسهلا بحضوركم في رحاب هذه الجامعة العاطرة، جامعة كي هاجي عبد الرحمن وحيد الإسلامية الحكومية بمدينة Pekalongan، خلال هذا المؤتمر الدولي الثاني الذي تم تنفيذه تحت رعاية رئيس الجامعة وعميد كلية التربية والعلوم التأهيلية. كما يسرنا أن نتقدم بخالص الشكر والتقدير لسادة الحضور من الباحثين الكرام في هذا المؤتمر الدولي، ويسمى هذا المؤتمر بإيكوني International Conference on Islam and Education. والموضوع هذا المؤتمر Moderate Islamic Education for Sustainable Development in Plural Society. أيها الحاضرون الكرام، بلغ عدد البحوث من كل أنحاء العالم فيه ما يقرب 150 بحثا أو 150 paper بكل أنواع الفنون والمعارف، المجال التربية والتعليم والوسطية في دعم الحركة الفكرية الوسطية لأجل مستقبل هذه الأمة الزاخرة. من الباحثين البارزين في هذا المؤتمر من EIN بالو، ومن EIN مترو لامبو، ومن IAIN Langsace, ومن UIN Antasari Banjarmasin, ومن كمبوديا. فلا ندعي الكمال في تنفيذ هذا المؤتمر، فالكمال لله وحده. وباسم رئيس اللجنة نتقدم بكل الاعتذار على ما تضيق به نفوسكم وصدوركم حالات وجود الجلال فيه. Ladies and gentlemen, I thank you once again for your participation. I hope that we can meet again in the third Iconie. That's all I can say. I hope that the second Iconie can be a good forum for sharing knowledge in the words of academia. Shukran ala husni istimaikum. Wassalamu alaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Wal kalimatu salisah kalimatut tarhib allati sayulqiha amid kulliyati tarbiyah wal ulum at-tahiliyah wa ila Dr. Muhammad Sugeng Solahuddin falyatafaddal mashkura.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Alhamdulillahirabbil alamin wa bihi nasta'inu ala umuri dunya waddin. Wassalatu wassalamu ala asrafil anbiya'i wal mursalin wa ala alihi wa ashabihi wa barik wa sallim ajma'in. Allahumma sholli wa sallim ala sayyidina Muhammadin fil awalin wal akhirin. Wa sholli wa sallim ala sayyidina Muhammadin fil nabiyyin wal mursalin. Wa sholli wa sallim ala sayyidina Muhammadin fil waqtil wakhin. Wa sholli wa sallim ala sayyidina Muhammadin fil mala'il a'la ila yaumiddin. Amma ba'du. The Honorable Rector of Universitas Islam Negeri Kiai Haji Abdurrahman Wahid, Pekalongan, Profesor Dr. Zainal Mustaqim, the Honorable, the first, second, and third Vice Rector of UIN Kiai Haji Abdurrahman Wahid, Pekalongan, the Honorable, the Dean of Faculties within UIN Kiai Haji Abdurrahman Wahid, Pekalongan, the Honorable, the Head of Units within UIN Kiai Haji Abdurrahman Wahid, Pekalongan, the Honorable, the Director of Siameo, the Honorable, the Director of Siameo Kitab in Language, the Honorable Director of Siameo Kitab in Mathematics, and the Honorable Speakers of the second Iconie 2022, especially from Governor Board members. In here Iconie, number one, Dr. Muhammad Hasbi from Indonesia, Mr. Haifak Hafal from Cambodia, Mrs. Alma Ruby Karandontonio from Philippines, Miss Hajjah Nusu Silawati binti Hajjah Mutahir from Brunei Darussalam, and Mrs. Singapore Manifan Laufidia. Thank you very much for all. First of all, I would like to thank each one of you for joining these 2 days, the second international conference on Islam and Education 2022. I feel grateful to say that this conference has been organized by our faculty for 2 years now and has chronicled had success last year. Iconie is one of the prominent programs of Faculty of Education and Teacher Training, which of the is not necessary can be implemented by other faculties because it requires for concentration and involvement from all elements in Faculty of Education and Teacher Training of UIN K. Haji Abdurrahman Wahid, Pekalongan. Iconie is the first monumental big dog after our transformation to UIN K. Haji Abdurrahman Wahid, Pekalongan. Our faculty organized such conference to enlighten the young mind and promise the participation of academy at all levels. I bid a very warm welcome to all the renowned speakers and delegates who took our very valuable time and joined us today. To be a part of this conference, we are honored to have you all with us. I would also like to offer my regards to all people who made this conference functional in such hard times. This year, the times of the conference was based on global problem, which hopefully will have the student and academy in endeavor of talk for the problem which the world is sustaining. Even though this conference is the maker of the success of our institution, it also allows us to meet some of the brilliant mind and the center who will give his keynote speech for this occasion. With all those words, I am extremely delighted to pronounce Professor Dr. Zainal Mustaqim, who is none other than the rector of UIN K. Haji Abdurrahman Wahid, to give his keynote speech. I also welcome all the speakers and eminent delegates who have joined us today. I guarantee that the conference will be productive and worth your precious time. Besides, Bismillahirrahmanirrahim, the second International Conference of Islam and Education is officially opening. Thank you very much for all. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you for Dr. Muhammad Sugeng Salahuddin for opening this conference. Next agenda is keynote speech from Rector of UIN K. Haji Abdurrahman Wahid Pekalongan. For Professor Dr. Zainal Mustaqim, time is yours.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Alhamdulillahirabbil alamin. Assalatu wassalamu ala asrafil anbiya wal mursalin sayyidina wa maulana Muhammadin wa ala alihi wa ashabihi ajma'in wa ba'du. The Honorable Rector of UIN K. Haji Abdurrahman Wahid Pekalongan, Second Vice Rector Dr. Muslih PhD, State up please. Okay. Applause from to Mr. Muslih.
the third Vice Rector of UIN Pekalongan, Dr. Mulisin, please stand up. The honorable invited speakers, especially Profesor Dr. Jajang Jahroni from Jakarta. Thank you. Thank you. The honorable Dean of Faculty Education and Teaching Training atau Training Teaching Training, susah sekali, Dr. Muhammad Sugeng Salahuddin, please, thank you. And the honorable Mr. Khalis from IAIN Pekalongan, Uin Haji Wahid. Okay, thank you. The honorable conference presenter, participant, and especially the organizing committee. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, please allow me to deliver my remarks in Bahasa Indonesia because it's polluted in the Presidential Regulation number 63 and 2019, asserting that government officials are obliged to use Indonesian language when they make their speeches both in international and national forum, inside and outside the country. Alasan untuk bahasa Indonesia. And also excuse me, I'm not to use English because my English not good ya. Jadi ada dua alasan mengapa harus bahasa Indonesia. Karena yang pertama, saya harus mengikuti peraturan Presiden nomor 63 tahun 2019 di mana government official must be use Indonesian language ketika berbicara di depan forum baik nasional maupun internasional, juga di luar maupun di dalam negeri. Sehingga ini alasan yang kedua tadi, saya tidak terlalu mahir bahasa Inggris sehingga harus saya sampaikan bahasa Indonesia. Jadi ada dua alasan yang membolehkan saya pakai bahasa Indonesia. Yang pertama, selamat datang, please welcome, especially for Mr. Jajang Juhriyah dari UIN Jakarta. Jajang Jahroni, I'm sorry, dari UIN Jakarta yang telah hadir secara pribadi di sini, dan juga selamat mengikuti conference buat teman-teman semuanya. Ini konferensi internasional yang kedua yang diselenggarakan oleh Fakultas Tarbiyah dan Ilmu Keguruan, tetapi yang pertama untuk UIN Haji Abdurrahman Wahid. The second International Conference on Islam and Education, Iconie, ini luar biasa, yang sudah disiapkan secara matang. Mudah-mudahan bisa menghasilkan sesuatu yang baik buat kita semuanya, terutama bangsa dan negara kita. Berikutnya, tema yang diusung hari ini luar biasa, Moderate Islamic Education for Sustainable Development in Plural Society. Ini merupakan tema yang menurut saya sangat update dan sangat dibutuhkan saat ini. Perlu diketahui bahwa kondisi bangsa kita saat ini tidak baik-baik amat ya. Tidak baik-baik, walaupun secara keseluruhan baik-baik saja, tetapi sebetulnya tidak baik. Bahkan keadaan bangsa kita ini sudah dideteksi jauh hari oleh seorang peneliti dari India sebetulnya, tetapi dia bekerja untuk Singapura ya. Bill Versing tahun 2007 dia sudah mempunyai pendapat dan mensinyalir, atau lebih tepatnya mengkhawatirkan terjadinya Talibanisasi dan juga Pakistanisasi di Indonesia juga di Asia Tenggara. Dalam penelitiannya dia mengungkapkan bahwa ini berbahaya karena Taliban dan Pakistan itu adalah representasi dari sebuah keadaan dunia yang sangat tidak baik, yaitu adanya anti toleran dan juga radikalisme. Bahkan di sana disebutkan bahwa di Taliban dan Pakistan itu dianggap oleh dunia itu sebagai tempat radikalisme yang akut, kemudian intoleran dan juga terorisme yang nyaris sustain dan juga sangat laten. Dan ini sudah terjadi di Indonesia. Sekarang ini banyak sekali teman-teman penelitian, salah satunya yang dipublish oleh Abdurrahman Center atau AWC miliknya Universitas Indonesia atau AWC UI. Dia mengungkapkan bahwa ada 3 temuan yang ada di Indonesia ini. Yang pertama, intoleransi dan radikalisme, terutama radikalisme agama, ini sudah menjadi gejala epidemik. Ini kayak penyakit. Epidemik itu apa sih? Ya kayak corona kemarin, cepat menularkan. Jadi dalam skala yang lebih besar. Virus Talibanisasi dan Pakistanisasi ini sudah dianggap epidemik di Indonesia. Virusnya sangat cepat menyebar, sangat luas jangkauannya, terutama di kalangan pelajar SMA, juga di beberapa, mohon maaf kalau nanti salah diluruskan, beberapa perguruan tinggi umum. Ini yang terjadi. Kita di Ftik Uin bukan tidak mungkin dalam suatu saat juga, atau sekarang sudah juga terjadi, karena ini sifatnya kayak gunung es, di mana kelihatannya baik-baik saja, tetapi di dalamnya itu ada sebuah keadaan yang mengerikan kalau itu terjadi. Ini yang pertama. Yang kedua, gerakan kelompok radikal ini mulai fokus dan mengambil pemandu di level lokal, termasuk fundraising-nya. Jadi termasuk pembiayaannya itu sudah menyasar di lokal-lokal atau di daerah-daerah yang mereka ini bergerak secara masif untuk membiayai termasuk gerakannya. Dan yang ketiga adalah telah terjadi transformasi gerakan yang berjejaring dengan gerakan internasional. Ya, kayak kemarin kita melihat ISIS Indonesia juga ada. Khilafatul Muslimin yang baru booming. Itu juga akibat dari jejaring radikalisme yang berkolaborasi dengan internasional. Oleh sebab itu, menurut saya, tema yang diusung sekarang ini luar biasa, sangat tepat, karena bagaimana sebetulnya peran pendidikan Islam yang moderat ini bisa menjaga keberlangsungan pembangunan di dalam masyarakat kita yang sangat plural ini. Kalau tidak diantisipasi dengan adanya gerakan-gerakan seperti konferensi seperti ini, nanti jangan-jangan epidemik terhadap gerakan intoleran dan radikalis ini akan semakin besar dan semakin tidak terkendali. Apalagi sekarang di era IT, teknologi informasi, ini kan bahasa saya itu kan sekarang ini terjadi tsunami informasi. Tsunami informasi, di mana sebetulnya IT ini tidak saja sulit untuk dikendalikan, tetapi juga ia telah meruntuhkan nyaris di semua sendi-sendi otoritas tradisional maupun juga modern, baik itu budaya, agama, ilmu pengetahuan, bahkan juga negara bangsa. Yang oleh Nicholas itu disebut zaman sekarang itu the death of expertise, matinya ilmuwan, matinya para ahli karena tidak dianggap lagi. Masyarakat lebih percaya kepada medsos. Masyarakat lebih percaya pada medsos dibanding apa yang disampaikan oleh para pakar, para kiai bahkan. Itu tidak dipercaya, tetapi dia percaya pada HP, medsos yang luar biasa. Yang ini kemudian mereka mudah untuk menyebarkan paham-paham tadi, intoleransi, radikalisme itu. Dan inilah tugas kita, pendidikan Islam yang moderat bagaimana bisa mengatasi ini. Termasuk yang disampaikan oleh Dasgupta tahun 2018, dia menyebut sebagai the demise of the national state, lenyapnya negara dan bangsa. karena pengaruh IT yang luar biasa. Ya, saya berharap dengan adanya international seminar ini, international conference ini, yang mengusung tentang pendidikan atau moderasi beragama, moderasi pendidikan Islam, pendidikan Islam yang moderat, itu bisa memberikan kontribusi untuk mencegah ini terjadi. Kita tahu bahwa indikator-indikator pilar-pilar moderasi beragama, pilar-pilar moderasi pendidikan Islam itu kan minimal ada 4 itu. Yang pertama itu nasionalis komitmen, nationality komitmen kebangsaan itu harus nomor 1. Apapun kontribusi kita, kalau kita tidak punya komitmen kebangsaan, maka itu dianggap tidak moderat. Yang pertama itu. Yang kedua adalah toleransi. Kita harus toleransi terhadap perbedaan, baik itu dalam konteks beragama maupun dalam konteks budaya, juga dalam konteks politik sosial. Semuanya harus kita toleransi perbedaan itu. Kemudian yang ketiga, kalau nggak salah, apa ya? Non-violence, anti kekerasan. Kita tidak boleh dengan argumen alasan apapun melakukan kekerasan, walaupun atas nama agama. Tidak boleh. Karena kalau seperti itu dibiarkan, maka nanti akan terjadi hukum rimba. Dan ini sangat mengganggu sustainable development itu sendiri. Kemudian yang ketiga, menurut saya, yang keempat menurut saya, jadi nationality commitment, kemudian tolerance, non-violence, kemudian yang keempat adalah appreciate to local culture, menghargai budaya lokal. Saya baru pulang tadi malam dari desa saya di Blora. Setiap hari, bahkan mungkin kalau pas rame setiap hari Sabtu Ahad, itu di sana itu ada namanya sedekah bumi. Setiap hari itu, semua warga membuat bungkusan nasi dan dengan lauk pauknya, dikumpulkan di sebuah tempat dan biasanya jadi masjid. Mungkin di bawah pohon, di tempat-tempat yang dianggap bisa menampung banyak orang, tetapi diisi oleh pengajian, diisi oleh wiridan, zikiran. Ini kalau tidak diapresiasi seperti ini, nanti pasti akan terjadi benturan, akan jadi clash, akan jadi apa namanya bentrok ya antar masyarakat yang memang kalau tidak mempunyai budaya toleransi. Nah inilah karena kita di Indonesia itu sangat pluralist society, masyarakat yang sangat pluralist, sangat beragam, baik beragam agamanya, beragam sukunya, beragam bahasanya, beragam pilihan politiknya, beragam kelompoknya. Ya, mari kita bersama-sama menjaga ini semua. Tema ini menurut saya luar biasa. Ya. Saya mengapresiasi organizing committee-nya yang telah membuat tema yang luar biasa, yang saya berharap bisa memberikan kontribusi pemikiran untuk menjaga Islam yang wasatiyah, Islam yang moderat, Islam yang memang bisa memberikan kontribusi buat kemajuan peradaban, terutama kemajuan bangsa dan negara kita. Ini harapannya. Para speakers from around the world ya, ini saya bacakan, saya tidak hafal ini. Yang pertama, Profesor Dr. Sampul Ma'arif dari Uin Wali Songo, nanti saya berikan kontribusinya. Kemudian juga ada Profesor Dr. Hajah Aan Hasanah from Uin Sunan Gunung Jati Bandung. Kemudian yang sudah hadir di tengah-tengah kita ini calon rektor Uin Jakarta, mudah-mudahan jadi Profesor Dr. Jajang Cahroni, PhD. Kemudian Profesor Dr. Yusuf Hanafi dari Universitas Negeri Malang, Dr. Sue Elliot from University of New England, Australia. Kemudian juga ada Dr. Hilman Muhammad Kamis dari Institut Ramlah Daeng Abdul Qadir Singapura. Kemudian ada juga Profesor Wali Eli As-Sayyid dari Ain Sham University Egypt. Kemudian yang terakhir adalah Profesor Van Witsen dari Netherlands. Ini mudah-mudahan bisa memberikan masukan, bisa memberikan tulisan-tulisannya untuk kita semuanya, terutama untuk bangsa kita yang sekarang ini tidak baik-baik saja. Saya pernah mengikuti arahan sekaligus juga pemaparan dari BNPT. BNPT itu Badan Nasional Penanggulangan Terorisme Indonesia. Betapa ngerinya data yang di sana. Sikap-sikap toleran kita itu, kalau dipublish itu ada 33 juta orang yang punya sikap intoleran. Di Indonesia itu ada 33 juta orang sekian yang punya sikap intoleran. Kemudian ada sekitar 30 ribuan sekian yang sudah masuk dalam kategori radikal. Dan yang radikal inilah baru kemudian dideteksi oleh yang namanya Densus 88 yang jumlahnya hanya 2.500 orang. Makanya mengapa sih Pak yang baru intoleran tidak bisa ditangkap? Ya nggak bisa, karena baru pemikiran. Dan intoleran itu paling banyak disumbang oleh apa? Oleh paham takfiri. Sekali lagi oleh paham takfiri yang suka mengkafir-kafirkan. Kalau pastinya begitu, kalau kita sudah head to head, kemudian berkomunikasi, berkooperasi, berkolaborasi, kemudian berbeda sedikit dianggap kafir, pasti dia punya paham intoleran. Dan itulah tugas kita semuanya. Islam wasatiyah atau Islam yang moderat ini bisa menjadi solusi. Oleh sebab itu sekali lagi ini luar biasa, dan saya berharap konferensi ini bisa menghasilkan banyak hal untuk kita kontribusikan kepada bangsa dan negara kita terutama, sehingga kita masih melihat ke depannya masa depan Indonesia masih baik-baik saja, tidak seperti yang dibayangkan orang sekarang ini tidak baik-baik saja. Nah, kita berharap di sini semuanya, terutama yang partisipan ataupun juga presenter, bisa memberikan kontribusi pemikirannya sehingga bisa juga memberikan nilai tambah, nilai baik untuk bangsa kita. Terakhir, saya sampaikan terima kasih kepada semua pihak yang sudah terlibat dalam konferensi ini. Saya berharap semuanya sehat dan semuanya bisa menyelesaikan konferensi ini sampai berakhirnya nanti. Terima kasih kepada ini khusus Dekan Fakultas Tarbiyah bersama jajarannya, Pak WD 1 yang luar biasa, Pak WD 2, WD 3 yang telah berusaha untuk menyelenggarakan konferensi ini secara rutin. Ini yang kedua. Saya berharap tahun depan ada lagi dengan tema-tema yang update yang bisa memberikan kontribusi nyata buat kita semuanya. Mungkin itu yang 2 tahun sekali ya. Nah, 2 tahun sekali nggak apa-apa. Kalau perlu nanti diperlebar lagi, besar lagi, karena kita sudah membawa nama besar Gus Dur. Gus Dur itu adalah nama, sebuah nama, tetapi sebetulnya maknanya banyak sekali. Kemanusiaannya luar biasa, membela yang tertindas, bukan membela yang benar. Membela yang tertindas juga, beliau bisa memadukan antara Islam dengan kebangsaan demikian piawai, dan bisa kita lihat hasilnya, sehingga sampai hari ini beliau ini dikenal sebagai bapak bangsa, bapak pemersatu, bapak bagi semuanya, tidak pernah membeda-bedakan suku bangsa, agamanya apa, semuanya adalah dipandang sebagai manusia, karena memang pemikiran terbesar kita adalah untuk kemanusiaan. Mungkin itu karena sudah dibuka oleh Pak Dekan, saya hanya bisa menyampaikan selamat kepada panitia, pada seluruh presenter, juga speakers, partisipan. Mudah-mudahan kita semuanya dalam keadaan sehat walafiat. Demikian yang saya sampaikan. Terima kasih. Mohon maaf. Akhirul kalam. Wallahu muwaffiq ila aqwamit thoriq. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
والبرنامج الخامس دعاء الاختتام الذي سيلقيه السيد الدكتور عبد الخبير النائب الثالث وعميد كلية التربية والعلوم التأهيلية بالجامعة وإليه فليتفضل مشكورا.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Liridha'illahi ta'ala wa li syafaati Rasulillahi sallallahu alaihi wasallam. Al-Fatihah. A'udzu billahi minasyaitonir rajim. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Alhamdulillahirabbil alamin. Iyyaka na'budu wa iyyaka nasta'in. Shiratal ladzina A'udzu billahi minasyaitonir rajim. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Alhamdulillahirabbil alamin. Wassalatu wassalamu ala asyrafil anbiya wal mursalin sayyidina wa maulana Muhammadin wa ala alihi wa sahbihi ajmain. Walhamdulillahirabbil alamin. Allahumma shalli sholatan tunajjina biha min jamil ahwali wal afat wa taqdilana biha jami'al hajat wa tutahhiruna biha min jami'is sayyi'at wa tarfa'una biha indaka a'la darajat wa tuballighuna biha aqsal hayat min jam'il khairati fil hayati wa ba'dal mamat. Allahumma inna nas'aluka al-afwa wal afiyata fid dini wad dunya wal akhirah. Allahumma asturna bisrikal jamil. Allahumma a'inna ala dzikrika wa syukrika wa husni ibadatik. Allahumma arzuqna fahman nabiyyin wa hifdzal mursalin wa ilhamal malaikatil muqarrabin birahmatika ya arhamar rahimin. Allahumma sahhil umurana wa umurahum wa hassil maqasidana wa maqasidahum. Rabbana zalamna anfusana wa illam taghfir lana wa tarhamna lanakunanna minal khasirin. Rabbana hab lana min azwajina wa dhurriyyatina qurrata a'yunin waj'alna lil muttaqina imama. Rabbana atina fid dunya hasanah wa fil akhirati hasanah wa qina adzabannar. Wa sallallahu ala sayyidina Muhammadin wa alihi wa sahbihi wa sallam. Subhana rabbika rabbil izzati amma yasifun wa salamun alal mursalin walhamdulillahi rabbil alamin. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you for Dr. Abdul Habir. Ladies and gentlemen, those are the agendas of this opening ceremony of the second Iconie that we have presented to you this morning. The next agenda is dance performance from students from PIAU Ftik Uin Kiai Haji Abdurrahman Wahid Pekalongan, and they will present Dona Deplong dance from Central Java. For students, please.
Langit bertabur bintang. Tempat menari kian kemari, jalan mereka sungguh
Thank you for the dance performance from Piaut Ftik Uin Haji Abdurrahman Wahid Pekalongan. Ladies and gentlemen, the next session is the first conference session. Before we move to the session, we would like to deliver our gratitude to Rector, Vice Rectors of Uin Haji Abdurrahman Wahid Pekalongan and Dean of Ftik Uin Haji Abdurrahman Wahid Pekalongan for opening this conference. Over. Photo session for Pak Jaini as the chairperson and okay. Ibu Isriani Hardini as the moderator maybe. Ladies and gentlemen, the first conference session will be guided by Dr. Nurhalis as the moderator. For Dr. Nurhalis, would you like to take the position to lead the session, please?
وبانتهاء هذه البرنامج وصلنا إلى نهاية هذا الافتتاح للمؤتمر ونشكركم على حسن اهتمامكم في هذا الافتتاح والسلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته.
Sudah.
Yap, ini nantinya terus kan maksudnya dipindahkan. Ah, ini kan punya yang sebelumnya terus kurang ini.
For the audience, excuse me, for the audience, the cover brick is available outside of this room. So while waiting for the moderator and the speakers, you can take the coffee break for a while and bring the coffee break into this room again. Okay, thank you.
Tinggal di mana?
Iya. 10 menit ya.
Itu di mana? Kamu pulang? Tapi pas dulu bareng sama adik saya ya. Adik saya Ria ya, dia tua, dia barengannya sama tapi dia waktu itu dapat porsi perempuannya kurang. Bareng siapa sih? Subhan kan Subhan. Itu kalau di 12 dia wah. Dia kerjanya saya tahun berapa? Oh, itu kan. Oh iya. Dia kan apa? Jadi saya biasanya masak barangnya. Ya, ya. Ini kalau langsung saya mulai udah. Ini kan sudah. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Alhamdulillahirabbil alamin wassalatu wassalamu ala asyrafil anbiya'i wa imamil mursalin sayyidina wa maulana Muhammadin wa ala alihi wa sahbihi ajma'in, amma ba'du. Alhamdulillah, puji syukur kita panjatkan kehadirat Allah Subhanahu wa taala on this beautiful day, Monday. What is the day today? Monday, 20th of June 2022. Alhamdulillah, we are gathering in this beautiful place, and inshallah we will be holding a first day of the conference, Islamic International Conference on Islamic Education, with the main theme, moderate Islamic education for sustainable development in plural society. So inshallah today we will be listening to 4 main speakers. The first will be delivered by Professor Cacang Cahrani from Uin Jakarta, and inshallah he will be delivering how Indonesian Islamic higher education responding to local and global changes. So how the development of higher education and how Islamic higher education, especially in Indonesia, must take a strategy that can respond to the local and global challenges. And after that, we will be listening to Professor Yusuf Hanafi from Universitas Negeri Malang. And inshallah, he will be delivering the theme on religious moderation values in higher education. So the theme of our conference now in this year focuses on 2 main issues. The first is how moderate Islam and how it is related to do some important efforts to make our world sustainable. And the third will be delivered by Dr. Sue Elliott from Australia, and inshallah she will be delivering about strategic plan to strengthen sustainable development goals. And the last will be delivered by Ftik Uin about the environment, education, and how it is related to inclusive education from the Islamic perspective. Okay, so about Professor Jajan, Alhamdulillah, now he's among us now, and Professor Jajan is a professor at Universitas Islam Jakarta, and he had taken his education in Pondok Pesantren Buntet Cirebon, and then pursued his undergraduate studies in IAIN Jakarta in Faculty of Adab Literature, and then continued his masters in Leiden University, the Netherlands, and finally he finished his PhD in Boston University, United States of America. So inshallah, without further ado, I will say something about these presentations. So every speaker will be given 30 minutes presentation, and we will be holding panel discussion. So one presenter, and then after that another presenters until 4 presenters, and after 4 presentations have been delivered, all of them, and then we will have question and answer session about 60 minutes or 1 hour. So inshallah, without further ado, the time I will give to Professor Jajang, and he will be delivering about how Islamic higher education respond to local and global challenges. Please welcome Professor Jajang.
Thank you very much, moderator, Mr. Nurholis. Actually, Pak Nurholis is from Jakarta too, from Jakarta. But I forgot, when I saw him, he looks familiar to me. So, Alhamdulillah, we meet here in Pekalongan. So, thank you very much for the committee for inviting me in this conference. It is a great pleasure for me to present my reflection about our institution, EIN or WIN. Most of my presentation is based on the history of WIN Jakarta, and also Islamic higher education in general. So we can learn something from this transformation of WIN, EIN, style EIN, WIN. I want to look at the history of our institution, But before that, I want to start my presentation with making selamat, congratulations for the EIN Pekalongan which has been going up to the next level, WIN Pekalongan, WIN Abdurrahman Wahid Pekalongan. When I heard for the first time the name of this university, I was surprised because, as you know, Abdurrahman Wahid was not from Pekalongan, right? Abdurrahman Wahid is from Jombang, so you can imagine people of Jombang would question that. One time they create UIN, so the name has been stolen by EIN Pekalongan. But anyway, it is another story, of course. Abdurrahman Wahid or Gus Dur is national figure, national Muslim figure. Of course, WIN Pekalongan can name this institution as WIN Abdurrahman Wahid. How do we call it? WIN Gus Dur? WIN Gus Dur, And also, I want to make another selamat, congratulations. Pak Rektor has been inaugurated for his full professorship, So, two things happen in Pekalongan. Pak Rektor has been inaugurated as a full professorship, right? Maybe 2 weeks ago. And also your institution, EIN Pekalongan, has been level to the WIN Abdurrahman Wahid Pekalongan. So we have to be grateful about this elevation, this what is that? The making of EIN Pekalongan to become WIN. But what does it mean when your institution become a university? This is no longer an institute. This is officially a university. But before we go our discussion deeper about WIN, about EIN, I want to look at the history of WIN. WIN officially originally from small college, Adia Academy Dinas Ilmu Agama, very small college. It is to prepare the religious officials for the state bureaucracy, to become judge, to become those people who are responsible in the religious court. That's the purpose of Adia in the 50s. But then in the 60s, the IAIN was born, IAIN Jakarta and IAIN Yogyakarta. Of course, IAIN Pekalongan did not exist yet, yeah. So it is originally our institution from the small college, Adia, then become IAIN. Then in the 90s, some IAIN proposed the idea of becoming a university. It started with the UIN Jakarta, IAIN Jakarta. In the late 90s, IAIN Jakarta opened some department and some faculties which teach not only religious subject but also public science, psychology, politics, economy. Yeah. It started in the late 90s, and in the early 2000s, IAIN Jakarta was officially inaugurated as UIN, Syarifudullah Jakarta, and then followed by UIN Yogyakarta, inaugurated as UIN Sunan Kalijaga Yogyakarta. So that's the history. And then after that, one by one, IAIN became UIN, University. So my presentation today, the title was, so after we have UIN, what would we do? Where were to go? Kita ini mau kemana gitu setelah ada UIN ya? This is not just a gift from the government, but this is the obligation and the responsibility. Can somebody open my slides in the committee? Can somebody my presentation? Yeah. Harus di sini dulu. Kalau kan nggak ada dari dia. So far, yeah, we have 29 all over 29, including with Pekalongan. 29 win, 24 IAIN, and soon this IAIN become win, because everybody want to become win, right? And 5 Stein Matampone, for instance, Stein Raja Ampat, still Stein. But of course they want to become UIN, Universitas Islam Negeri. So we have 29 UIN right now. You can count how many UIN in Central Java. UIN Semarang, UIN Salatiga, UIN Pekalongan, UIN Surakarta. How many UIN in Central Java? 4. IAIN Ponorogo, still IAIN Ponorogo ya. IAIN Purwakarta IAIN Purwakarta. Then soon this IAIN want to become WIN, right? Because WIN is more bigger than IAIN. Somebody can open it in the. Okay. Please open the second slide. My second slide. So there are big transformation of Islamic higher education, transformation. So we have to be grateful about this transformation. If you look at the history in the New Order, during the New Order, Islamic higher education was marginalized, right? The New Order did not really like the Islamic education, does not like the pesantren, did not like the institute. We were totally marginalized. And we often heard that how we are so marginalized. One, this is comparing the budget of number AN that running in the country at the time, compared to one ITB, for instance. One budget for ITB, it is equivalent to 8 AN at the time in 1980s. One ITB, the budget of one ITB, Institut Teknologi Bandung, is 8 times higher than the budget of IAIN. So it is very small. The IAIN is very small. IAIN basically an institute specializing in Islamic education. We are studying Sharia, we are studying Usuluddin, we are studying Tarbiyah, we are studying Dakwah, no less, no more. But then there is political change. We have an opportunity to become bigger than having just institute. Institute is an education institution specializing in one particular subject, and IAIN in this case IAIN specializing in Islamic subject. That's all. We're not allowed to teach economy, for instance, chemistry, psychology, medicine. No, we're not allowed. It is very difficult during the New Order. And we heard that some of you may heard that how the government or the state were very suspicious about the Muslim population. We heard the story about how difficult for the female student in high school, for instance, when they were hijab, they were expelled from school. And it happened during the minister of Dong Yusuf, for instance. I remember female student who tried to wear hijab at school, expelled from school. But now that kind of policy is no longer exists, is no longer applicable. So there is a political will from the state, very strong political will from the state for the transformation of Islamic higher education. IAIN become Uin, Stein. Some Stein have been waiting to become IAIN, and then after IAIN, they want to become Uin. And IAIN Pekalongan has already become Uin. So we should be grateful. And it is, Pak Rektor said that it is much earlier than expected. So Uin Pekalongan, IAIN Pekalongan is expected to become Uin in the 2030 something. Yes, 2034, something like that. But because of the political will from the government, it happened today, in 2022. Is it like a baby premature or not? I don't know. It depends on you. I hope this is not premature. It depends. If you are prepared to become Uin, that's okay. The time that Uin Pekalongan become Yayan Pekalongan become Uin in 2002, it is not a matter whether it is premature or not. As long as you as the human resources of the Uin Pekalongan are prepared, that's okay. You can survive. You can survive. So this is the history of Islamic higher education in Indonesia, starting from STAIN, State Islamic College, the initial form of Islamic higher education, STAIN. Then IAIN. I was the product of IAIN Jakarta. IAIN Jakarta, State Islamic Institute, the second form of Islamic higher education. And then the last form is UIN, State Islamic University. Why? The question is why we should transform from IAIN to UIN. So this is very fundamental question that we have to think about. Why? Because according to the regulation, if we are still IAIN, we're not allowed to teach the subject like science. We're not allowed to teach the subject like psychology, economy. It does not belong to IAIN. It is belong to Undip Semarang or UGM. So we should change our institution from IAIN to UIN. Once we are UIN, so we are allowed to teach that kind of subject. We can open the faculty of medicine, the faculty of economy, the faculty of psychology, techniques, medicine, what is that? Public health, chemistry, and so on and so on. So it is up to you when you gonna open this kind of faculties. With the good planning, you can open these faculties based on your human resources, based on your management and organization. So we have to think about this transformation, which seem to be really fast. You know, when something transforms really fast, it can be good or it can be really bad. I was invited. I travel a lot to IAIN and UIN all over the country. Many of them still did not open the Faculty of Science, the Faculty of Technique, the Faculty of Computer. Computer is very important for the teacher. They still open the Islamic, the religious subject, Sharia, Tarbiyah. We should move forward. Once you are become UIN, you should move forward. Right now, I just want to tell my university in Jakarta, we have 12 faculties. Syariah, Tarbiyah, Adab, Suludin, Dakwah. This is Islamic faculties, which teach a religious subject, and we have also psychology, politics, medicine, public health, economy, and computer science. We already have, and in the near future, we want to open a faculty of agriculture, faculty of physics and mathematics, But still, there are still many things to do in our institution in Jakarta. So you now are becoming Uin. So you have, in order to survive, you have to work more harder for the institution. So this is the next slide number 3. This is the transformation. Yeah, I already talked about it. This is our institution is from a small college Stein, yeah, and then IAIN, and then UIN. Win Jakarta, yeah, Win Jogja, Win Malang are among the best university in Indonesia. So I hope Win Pekalongan also can run really fast in order to, what is that? In order to become fully a university, a respectable university, can that can be comparative to public university, to the university in Central Java. So this is the story of Win Jakarta. Yeah, our former rector Pak Azumardi said that Win Jakarta is no longer what is that, bersaing ya, bersaing dengan win-win yang lain gitu. But we are competing with ITB, IPB, UGM, and this is very possible. This is very possible. Okay, I want to look at the basic meaning of transformation. Transformation means a thorough and dramatic change in the form of appearance. Yeah, transformation means changing. Transformation can be done as a process toward completion or accomplishment. So Islamic higher education transformed to respond to the demand of the Muslim community who need a better education while maintaining their culture and identity. We want to have an institution which teach Islamic subject, while at the same time we also teach science, or quote-unquote secular subject, science, computer, medicine. Why not? The question is why not? Because according to Islam, there is no difference between whether this is Islamic subject or whether this is science. No. All the science, whether it is religious subject, or religious sciences, or the secular sciences, are the knowledge of God. It is the science that every Muslim are obliged to learn. So if we still teach religious subject, meaning that we only fulfill our obligation only a half. What is another half? We Muslims always talking about the glorious past when the Muslim scientists invent many scientific inventions like Ibn Sina, like Ar-Razi, like Al-Khawarizmi. But it was in the past, long time ago, right? There is no longer Muslim sciences. Science in the Muslim world collapsing in the 13th or 14th century. And now, UN has the chance, has the opportunity to revive this glorious past, because we have the obligation. Tolabul ilmi faridatun. Al-ilm here does not only related to religious subject. Every time during while we are approaching to the Ramadan, we are talking about the position of the moon, right? The sun and the earth. And these All three things can be well understood if we Muslim have something about astronomy, right? Okay. So, because of the political issue that happened in the past, we were not allowed to do this and to do that. But now the door is open. The door is widely open for us. The door is open. So if we can say that the Uin Pekalongan, Uin Gusdur is like the door, and the door is open, widely open for you. So when the door is open, what will you do? I just want to share some ideas. This is slide number 10. Number 10, yeah. I just want to share some ideas for you. Since you are now an Uin, and the door is widely open for you. So this is the agenda that you can think about. First, the integration of religion and science. Integration means that we believe that all science, all knowledge are in fact the knowledge of God. There is no, Islam never differentiate between this is secular knowledge and God knowledge, Islamic knowledge, and so on and so forth. No. It is the manifestation of the same reality, God the Almighty. And Muslims have the obligation to learn, to look for this knowledge. We never differentiate between human knowledge. This is a secular knowledge. This is religious knowledge. No. There is no that kind of idea in Islam. Integration. But integration means here does not something like does not like something Harun Yahya, for instance. I think Harun Yahya developed pseudoscience, not science. Harun Yahya is finished, is over. He is in jail right now. Or Harun Yahya, we don't, what's that? We don't interpret the knowledge like Harun Yahya did. Because Harun Yahya only offer pseudo knowledge. He's talking about something about the sun, and then he quotes some Quranic verses. This is not integration. This is ayatisasi. We give ayat in every knowledge we teaching to the student. No. Or Islamization of science. No, we don't need Islamization of science. Islamization is a kind of ideology. No, we don't need ideology in science. Science is working based on rational endeavor. There is no ideology whatsoever that can intervene how the scientists work. So integration means that all knowledge, whether it is math or biology or medicine or economy or politics, are basically the manifestation of the same reality, God the Almighty. That, in my opinion, about the integration. The second issue that you need to think about is the orientation for quality. You have to think about the quality. Quality means that the quality versus quantity. No, we're not talking about quantity. Of course, quantity is important, but quality is more important than the quantity. The quality of research, the quality of teaching. It is expected that from our research we invent a new thing, and then this new thing are implemented in our teaching. That's what the so-called research-based university, meaning that the information, the new information from research are taken and given to the student. The quality of lecture. Of course, there are some requirements when you are a university. You should have more PhD, right? Teaching. And also the input of student should be the best. You know better the quality than me, yeah? Because everybody, this is the discussion of every day, yeah? The quality. The third, I hope that Uin should be open for everybody. Not only Muslim students, but also non-Muslim can study in this institution. Why not? This is Uin is a university. When you go abroad, right? You go to Europe, you go to Australia, to United States, you visit a university that used to be maybe in the 15th century, 16th century, were the Christian missionary institution. Harvard University in United States used to be a Protestant missionary school, and now it is open for everybody. My university, Boston University, is a Methodist university, but now it is open for everybody. So it is, for me, it is unfair if we don't allow non-Muslims to study in this institution. This is unfair. You go abroad, you go Australia, what kind of institution do you think that institution? They might be funded by the Christian group, they might be funded by the Christian rich people. So we have to think about this. Uin should be open for everybody. I just recently interviewed the best student of FISIP, Faculty of Social Sciences in Jakarta. She is a female, she is a black, and she is a Christian. Best student. Studied in Uin Jakarta. So this is the basic core of the moderasi beragama, right? So it is, for me, it doesn't make sense if you are talking about moderasi beragama. Well, at the same time, we don't permit non-Muslim students to study, to come. It is impossible. So you think about it, right? Non-Muslims. There are small number of UN students in Jakarta, yeah, are non-Muslims. We want more. Okay, the last one, scholarship. UIN Pekalongan, UIN Gus Dur should provide more scholarship for students. Should give scholarship. Long time ago, when we were still poor, yeah, Indonesian still poor, we go everywhere and we were expecting scholarship from other university. I was given scholarship when I was studying in Boston. Many of you who studied abroad also was given scholarships. Because I'm not a rich people. If my dad was rich people, so my dad can maybe buy me an apartment when I was studying in Boston University. So we were poor and we need scholarship. Now we are rich, right? And it is the time for us to give scholarship for others. The upper hand is much better than the lower hand, right? Al-yadul ulya khairun min yadis sufla. So this is the four issues that you have to think about when you have this institution. We should be grateful by that, but there are many things to do, and this is the recipe. You can accept or reject, it is up to you, but this is what we are doing right now in UIN Jakarta, despite still in limited size. The scholarship is still very limited. Non-Muslim, there are some non-Muslim students in UIN Jakarta. Okay, thank you very much. This is the introduction for the discussion. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you very much, Professor Jajang. Interesting discussion about how Islamic higher education went through the process of development from just being sekolah tinggi agama Islam and then Institut Agama Islam Negeri, and at the top level is University Uin, Universitas Islam Negeri, and he also offered 4 strategies in improving the functionality, the how Universitas Islam Negeri could be beneficial to the community around the institution, about the integration and the orientation and also the openness, and last things is the scholarship. So Alhamdulillah, up to now, as our institution UIN have already given some scholarship for Thai students, for Timor-Leste students. So inshallah, for the coming years, we also will be providing more scholarship to more wider range of students from all over the world, inshallah. Okay, the next speaker, and I hope Professor Yusuf Hanafi is already on the. What about Professor Yusuf Hanafi? Professor Yusuf Hanafi is ready to give his presentation.
Assalamualaikum.
Oh, Alhamdulillah. Can the committee show the Professor Hanafi's screen on the projector slide?
Assalamualaikum.
Waalaikumsalam
My
warahmatullahi.
sound is clear.
Yes, very clear, but we have, okay, so there you are. Alhamdulillah, this is Professor Yusuf Hanafi, and inshallah we will be delivering some interesting topic about religious moderation values in Islamic higher education. So Professor Yusuf Hanafi, without further ado, he is from Universitas Negeri Malang, and he focuses more on pendidikan agama Islam and how Islamic values can be cultivated in various ways, especially now as because we just leveled up our status into in Wahid. So inshallah, what Professor Yusuf Hanafi will be sharing with us are some points, interesting point about how moderation values can be cultivated in Islamic higher education. So, inshallah, Professor Yusuf Hanafi, you will be given the allotted time, approximately 20 minutes, 20 to 25 minutes. So, without further ado, Professor Yusuf Hanafi, please welcome Professor Yusuf Hanafi from Universitas Negeri Malang.
Thank you. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
الحمد لله وكفى والصلاة والسلام على عبده الذي اصطفى وعلى آله وصحبه ذوي الصدق والوفاء. Good morning and best wishes for all of us. His Excellency Professor Zainal Mustaqim, Rector of Uin Kiai Haji Abdurrahman Wahid Pekalongan, and Dr. Muhammad Sugeng Salahuddin, Dean of Faculty of Tarbiyah and Teacher Training. Dear all respectable invited speakers in the second International Conference in Education, Iconie 2022 in this first day. Professor Jajang Jahrani, Dr. Sue Elliott, and Professor Franz Weisen. Dear Chairperson of Iconie 2022, Dr. Muhammad Jaini, and Honorable Moderator, Dr. Nur Khalis, and entire organizing committee who I respect. The lecturers, students, entire academic community of UIN Pekalongan, and all esteemed Iconie participants. At the beginning of our meeting, I would like to congratulate the change of this campus status from institute to university, from IAIN Pekalongan to UIN Kiai Haji Abdurrahman Wahid. May it be blessing for the people, nation, and humanity. Alhamdulillah, this morning, Monday, the 20 June 2022, we can meet here at the Iconie Forum to discuss and exchange ideas about the issue of moderate Islamic education for sustainable development in rural society. Religious moderation is a critical and strategic national and international issue, considering the escalation of radicalism in the name of religion that has been increasing lately. The arrest of students from international revision study program at one of the leading state university in Malang, Java, because of his recent involvement with Jama'at Ansarud Dawlah and motorcycle convoy of Khilafatul Muslimin group on Pancasila Day on the 1st of June 2022 confirmed that serious attention and handling on the issue of radicalism and terrorism is a must and necessity. I feel very honored and happy to have had the opportunity to participate in this wonderful forum. On this occasion, I will emphasize my study on internalization of religious moderation values in implementing three dharma of higher education. I hope that the point of thought that I convey will contribute significantly to the context of moderate Islamic education. Ladies and gentlemen, there are three main points that I will raise in this presentation. The first is challenges and threat of intolerance and radicalism to harmony of religious communities. The second is the concept, values, and indicator of religious moderation. And the third is internalization of religious moderation values in implementing three dharma of higher education. Let's start our discussion with the issue of contemporary challenges and threats to religious harmony. Among the many threats we face, I note that there are at least three main challenges that we must respond to well. The first is social trend in our society to recklessly and blindly pass judgment on assumed misdirection and even infidelity. Those who do so are commonly referred to as Hakimiyah Takfiriyah. This group interpret the concept of al-wala wal-bara, meaning the teaching of loyalty and disapproval in Islam in shallow and narrow way, thus giving birth to exclusive and radical religious attitude. The second threat we have to face is the growing and thriving religious mentality that is dogmatic and doctrinal. This group believes that they have monopoly on the truth, while other parties with different religious views are considered wrong and even heretical. From here, this intolerant attitude and action destroy religious community harmonies. The third threat is the tendency among Muslims to brutally and destructively oppose government. In their view, any policy set by the regime is wrong, so it must be resisted by all their means and might. If it's the mind in that, the ideologies and movement of this intolerant and radical group have several prominent characteristics. First, their style of religious thought tend to be literal and legal formal. Second, the ideology of their movement rests on the concept of people unity, ummah, or khilafah, not a nation state. The third, they sell the jargon Islam as alternative ideology and the slogan Sharia as solution to people's problem, all of which are oriented toward rejecting Pancasila, delegitimizing Negara Kesatuan Republik Indonesia NKRI, which they see as representation of a good product. So that we have a clear basis in formulating internalization of religious moderation values in implementing three dharma of higher education. We need to first equate or at least draw closer to perception of the concept, values, and indicator of religious moderation. In Islam, religious moderation can be equated with the term wasatiyah Islamiyah, which is defined as prioritizing balance and middle way, so as not to get caught up in radical religious understanding, attitude, and action, both extreme left, which tend to be too loose and liberal, and extreme right, which tend to be too strict and conservative. This religious view has a strong normative basis in Islam, because Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala said explicitly in Al-Baqarah 143, وَكَذَلِكَ جَعَلْنَاكُمْ أُمَّةً وَسَطًا لِتَكُونُوا شُهَدَاءَ عَلَى النَّاسِ. Thus, we have made you the middle class, so that you will be witnesses of mankind. Ali bin Abi Talib karramallahu wajhahu confirms above us from his Okay. Yes. For identification, after we have defined term of religious moderation, let us formulate main religious moderation values which we will internalize in implementing three dharma of higher education. I call them primary values because religious moderation actually has many noble values. Ladies and gentlemen, there are at least five core values of religious moderation. Namely, one, tawassut, choose the middle way. Two, tawazun, balance. Three, tasamuh, tolerance. Four, al-unuf, anti-violence. And five, i'tiraf bil-uruf, accommodating to local wisdom. For identification and measurement purposes, there are four leading indicators of religious moderation that can be used to assess whether that person or group has understood, behaved, and acted moderately in their socio-religious life. The four indicators refer to are: one, national commitment; two, tolerance; three, anti-radicalism and violence; and four, accommodating to local wisdom. Next, let's go to main part of discussion and the main part of my presentation, namely internalization of religious moderation values in implementing Tridharma of higher education. As we all know, Tridharma of higher education covers three fields. First is the field of education and teaching. Second is the research and development of science. And the third is the area of community service. Let's start our discussion with education and teaching field. There are four choices of model for internalizing religious moderation values into educational curriculum that we can choose. The first model is determination of religious moderation as institutional arts. The second model is insertion of religious moderation values in relevant subject. And the third model is internalization of religious moderation values through indirect teaching or hidden curriculum. And the fourth model is integration of religious moderation values through campus culture. Regarding the first model, namely determining religious moderation as institutional arts, several procedures must be carried out in its development. The first is formulating the program learning outcome, BLO, in attitude and knowledge aspect based on religious moderation values. The second is determining study materials based on religious moderation, which refer to program learning outcome, BLO, in the attitude, knowledge, general skill, and special skill aspect, which are outlined in the form of concept map. The third is determining the name of subject parts based on religious moderation as institutional arts and selecting the learning load of semester credit system. The fourth is preparing semester lecture plan for religious moderation arts. In developing religious moderation as subject for institutional arts, ladies and gentlemen, the step that we need to be done can be described as follows. First, we must reflect on the goals, ghayat, intention, maqasid, and target, ahdaf, clearly and measurably. In the second stage, we must determine the materials that will be subject of religious moderation based institutional courses. But we must also formulate what learning experiences students get when taking the institutional courses to instill religious moderation values in students, and the fourth, determine the form of evaluation and measurement of learning outcome. If drawn in full, development of religious moderation courses as institutional course can be seen in the following slide. For example, the subject we refer to is religious moderation studies in Islamic education and multicultural society. We present study materials from this institutional course comprehensively, both from theoretical and practical point of view, from normative and historical perspective, and from textual and contextual perspective. Ladies and gentlemen, the second model in internalizing religious moderation values into curriculum is insertion of religious moderation values into relevant courses. The development procedure that must be carried out are: the first is identifying religious moderation values in program learning outcome (PLO) on attitude aspect. The second is distributing program learning outcome (PLO) related to attitude aspect in relevant subject. The third is formulating courses learning outcome (CLO) based on religious moderation values. The fourth is formulating lesson learning outcome based on religious moderation values. And the fifth is preparing semester lecture plan based on religious moderation. The following are some examples of materials and topics regarding religious moderation that can be entrusted and distributed to relevant courses following the pattern of second model, namely 1. Wasatiyah Islamiyah, 2. Radicalism in the name of religion, 3. Love of the homeland, 4. Respecting diversity and plurality, 5. Upholding human dignity, 6. Islamic responses to local culture and tradition, and 7. Human rights and democratization. Let's go to the third model, namely internalizing religious moderation values through education and teaching. Internalization of religious moderation value through education and teaching is the model of internalizing values through indirect teaching, which also known as hidden curriculum. For higher education community to have moderate understanding, attitude, and behavior that are actualized in daily life, it is necessary to internalize religious moderation values through non-credit activities for all campus residents, lecturers, staff, and students. The activities can take the form of workshop on religious moderation, training of trainers on religious moderation, training for instructors of religious moderation, workshop for promoting religious moderation, orientation for pioneering of religious moderation, and other similar activities. The fourth model is civilizing religious moderation values in campus environment, or what is more popularly known as campus culture. Campus culture, ladies and gentlemen, is approach to strengthening religious moderation values based on culture campus that reward all university community members equally and fairly, without any discrimination based on religion, ethnicity, understanding, belief, religious view, or social and economic status. Development of religious moderation values can be done through strengthening policies of university leaders that support realization of moderate campus, such as implementation of rector regulation on guidelines for religious life, circulars on provision for the use of public spaces, and other regulations. Not only in education and teaching field, ladies and gentlemen, but we also need to incorporate religious moderation values through research activities and community service. In this regard, we can make it happen through following strategies. First, the management of Institute for Research and Community Service can create special scheme and or clusters that carries religious moderation issue as the leading topic of proposal for research and community service activities. The second model is making religious moderation as perspective or approach in multidisciplinary research conduct, emphasizing managing religious interpretation, caring for Indonesianness, and celebrating diversity. In addition, community service activities carried out by university academics are directed at community advocacy so that they are more passionate about religious moderation values. These various advocacy activities include one, implementation of community service program, kuliah kerja nyata based on religious and national moderation. Two, establishing religious moderation home and schools. Three, kind of ambassador for pioneering religious moderation. Four, assistant to foster religious moderation community. And five, formation of Pancasila village. Dear Iconie participant, I suffice my simple presentation considering the limited time. Thank you all for your attention, and I apologize for any shortcoming. I return the forum to the moderators, Dr. Nurhalis. Good morning, everybody. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you very much, Professor Yusuf Hanafi. Alhamdulillah. There are four important points about how Islamic higher education can take the four models regarding the way to implement the moderation values. Model one, like the determination of the religious moderation as institutional course, and model two as relevant subject, model three as indirect teaching or hidden curriculum, and model four as integrating religious moderation value through campus culture. So those four important models that could be discussed more in detail when we have session question and answer. Going to the next speaker will be delivered by Dr. Sue Elliott. She is from Australia, and she will be delivering the strategic plan to strengthen sustainable development goals. So, is Dr. Sue ready to deliver her presentation? Okay.
Thank you, Dr. Collis.
Okay.
Thank you.
So, just for the introduction, Dr. Sue, this morning I was looking how to pronounce well the vision, because the fourth speaker is Professor Frank Wiesen. So when I searched the internet of how to pronounce visions, I came to the two two girls from Bali, and her name is Melati and Isabel Wilson, who uh, promoted Bali free from plastic airbag. So I don't know whether this happened coincidentally, but what you will be discussing today has something to do with how the childhood education and primary education, and maybe also the tertiary education, and how those education can be linked to strategic plan to the what is it, strengthen sustainable development goals. So without further ado, Dr. Sue Elliott, time is yours, and you will be given the time about between 20 and 25 minutes. So please welcome Dr. Sue Elliott from Australia.
Okay. Thank you, Dr. Nurkolis. Good morning, everybody, and thank you for welcoming me to your conference today. It's a pleasure to be part of this international conference from Australia. And congratulations on becoming a university. This is a very exciting phase in the development of your institution. Can I just check that you can hear me okay? The sound is okay? All right, good. Thank you. I will try to remember to speak slowly. Australians tend to speak very quickly.
It's very clear, Doctor.
Okay. So I'd like to begin with an acknowledgement. All right, hang on. Just a moment. The slide is not progressing. No. Okay. All right. I'd like to begin with an acknowledgement, because from listening to the presentations, I well understand that we all come from different worldviews, different religions, different cultural backgrounds, but we only have one earth to be shared. So I would like to take a moment to acknowledge the context within which we gather. We meet at a time when the human species is having an unprecedented impact on the planet. We do this at the beginning of this gathering as a reminder that the discussions we have here, the decisions we make, and any actions we take as a result will have consequences for other people and other species, both those living now as well as future generations. So it's that acknowledgement that drives me in my work around sustainability, particularly in early childhood education, but also today I will speak more broadly about education for sustainability in general, and also the Sustainable Development Goals. So wherever you are on this planet, whether you're in the global north, the global south, irrespective of what your worldview or your religion is, we are being impacted by climate change. Whether it's the death of animal species like fish that create livelihoods for many people, whether it's the fires through deforestation or the bushfires we've had in Australia. There are alpine areas in Australia that are dying because of the warming climate, and there are certainly areas of the world that are prone to floods. Parts of Indonesia would probably be prone to floods because of your extensive coastline. So there are many ways that climate change is impacting. And what we need to do is to ensure that we have enough for all forever. And I use this statement with young children, with 4-year-olds, and with older people. This statement was made by an African elder at an international conference. Enough for all forever. And not just the human populations of this earth, but the plant and animal species that we are so much interrelated with and interdependent with in survival for sustainable futures. So 3 points that I would like to discuss today in this context of a climate crisis. What are the global implications for children, the children that we educate? Something about the UN Sustainable Goals and also particularly to spend time looking at a multi-stakeholder systemic approach to change. This is the way that I believe we need to go in our education and is well supported internationally on many levels. The global implications for children. Let's begin with this point. And this photograph was taken in 2019 during the significant bushfires in Australia. And it's the most compelling image I have of the impact of climate change for children, particularly young children. So children born in 2016 will be 34 in 2050 and 84 in 2100. How will the probable rise in temperature of 2 to 4 degrees, rising sea levels and increasing likelihood of extreme weather affect the course of their lives and the lives of their children? And I would recommend to you this work by Curry and Deschennes around the future of children, because it's the first time that anyone has really documented the range of impacts of climate change for children. And it makes for a very sobering read about what are the diverse impacts for children. Also, the UNICEF has identified that the climate crisis is also a child's rights crisis. And this document from UNICEF in 2021 highlights the range of issues that there will be for children, whether it's due to extreme weather events, whether it's to pollution, whether it's coastal erosion and flooding. There are many different ways that climate change is actually impacting on the fundamental rights of children. And Indonesia is a signatory to the UN Rights of the Child, and children have those fundamental rights. Climate change is eroding those rights, so we need to be extra vigilant around climate change and what it means. The sorts of things that are being stated about climate change for children: increased disease due to increased global temperatures, the family dislocation due to extreme weather events, whether that is floods or bushfires that we've all seen, food and water shortages for children, which are absolutely critical at their developmental phases. There's also increasing literature around anxiety, particularly eco-anxiety and mental health concerns for children and adolescents. And also we have to recognise the area that I work in is for children from birth to 8 years. And what we are doing, or what is happening with climate change, is that those developmentally critical life stages are being disrupted by climate change. And I take from Clark this particular quote at the bottom of the page. This is Clark's paper in The Lancet, which is again indication of how serious climate change is for children. That we live in an era like no other. Our children face a future of great opportunity, but they stand on the precipice of a climate crisis. And that's what we need to be addressing. So we need to ask, how are we educating today with the children at this precipice to create sustainable futures for all children? This is our responsibility. It's not about passing the responsibility on to children. It's not about doom and gloom. It's about working with children so that we all together can be agents of change in this climate crisis. So we need to be strategic about the ways we change in our education systems and the sorts of things that we do as educators, whether we're at the tertiary, secondary, primary or early childhood level. So moving on to these Sustainable Development Goals, these provide an internationally accepted framework for actually working on addressing climate change and how we can shift our educational focus to address the Sustainable Development Goals. They are very wide-ranging. If you're familiar with them, there's 17 Sustainable Development Goals across many aspects of health and gender and access to education, economic growth, peace, etc. Some people have critiqued the Sustainable Development Goals, that they are far too broad, and perhaps in some circumstances they might be unachievable. But at the moment they are the best framework that we have for thinking about how we can move forward to address sustainability. The particular outcome target that is of relevance here in this presentation is around ensuring inclusive and equitable quality education and to promote lifelong learning opportunities for all. And this is around Sustainable Development Goal 4. And there is a particular target, 4.7, which is about education for sustainable development and global citizenship. So what we need to try and ensure by 2030 is that all learners acquire the knowledge and skills needed to promote sustainable development, including, among others, through education for sustainable development and sustainable lifestyles, human rights, gender equality, promotion of culture of peace and non-violence, global citizenship, and appreciation of cultural diversity and of culture's contribution to sustainable development. And I emphasise that because there is no one right way to engage in education for sustainable development. It very much needs to be culturally contextualised, and in Indonesia I recognise that you have a very strong cultural identity, and there is a need to adapt and translate what you may address within SDG 4 in your particular cultural context. And linked to this, the Indonesian UNESCO country strategy that I've been reading recently. This was a 2018 to 2021 strategy. And the priority in that strategy for Indonesia is to strengthen the implementation of ESD and global citizen education. And there were two indicators that are outlined, that districts have included ESD in their education and development plans and policies, and schools have implemented ESD as their initiative. So those two indicators have implications right across the Indonesian education system, irrespective of the role that you particularly play. And I would further add, there's a publication by Parker and Prabawa Seer on environmental education in Indonesia. And what they state in their publication for Indonesia is if we are to change the sensibilities and everyday practices of millions of young people, and there are millions in Indonesia given your population, it will be necessary to engage the larger context and its influential institutions. So that's national and district level government ministries, religious authorities, policies, curricula, the media and schools. So essentially what they're talking about is a multi-stakeholder systemic approach. That it's not just one teacher in one classroom doing education for sustainable development. There needs to be an all-system change to ensure that we can address SDG 4. So I'd like to move on to the third and most significant part of my presentation is around a multi-stakeholder systemic approach to change. And I've identified here in this diagram the different stakeholders, different aspects of change. And I just want to briefly touch on each of those in the time that I have today. And all of these are ultimately about addressing SDG 4. So the first one is around curriculum policy change. And the most recent document from the International Commission on the Futures of Education talks about the need for fundamental changes in curriculum and pedagogy are necessary if we are to build a regenerative education for a common humanity. So change is certainly flagged by many international documents. This is the most recent one. In Australia, we have a document dating back to 2009 that talks about the various principles of education for sustainability around transformation and change, education for all, systems thinking, envisioning a better future, critical thinking, participation, and partnerships for change. I think those principles have stood the test of the last decade, and they still hold very true for sustainability education in Australia. These children on the right here were very much engaged in a discussion around introduced fish species which were eating native tadpole species. So the children had a big discussion about the systems that those fish and tadpoles were involved in, the ecosystem, and critically thinking how could they stop all these predatory fish from eating the native tadpoles. So these are 4-year-olds that are having big discussions about what belongs and what doesn't belong in their particular pond in their early childhood centre. So that's how those principles might be enacted in a setting. And there are certainly benchmarks internationally for curricular change. In Japan, New Zealand, Norway and Sweden, currently the new early childhood curricula there includes sustainability, and we are about to add a new sustainability principle into the early childhood curriculum for Australia. The Australian curriculum for children from K to 12, so from primary to secondary, includes sustainability as a cross-curriculum priority. In Bhutan, I've been working with a PhD research student who's now finished, and what happens in Bhutan is that there is an environmental sustainability as an elective secondary school subject. So there's potential for putting particular subjects into primary and secondary courses. There are also international school programs such as the Green Schools, which I believe you have a Green School in Bali, and there are also eco schools, and those types of programs certainly prioritise sustainability, and there's much that we can learn from them in mainstream schools. And I go back to the document by Parker and Prabawa Sia on environmental education in Indonesia. One of their recommendations is that to embed sustainability in Indonesia, they suggest that it should be a single subject as well as being embedded across all subjects for children. So there's an interesting approach there. There are many debates internationally as to whether having sustainability as a single subject or whether it should be embedded across all subjects. I don't have time to go into those debates now, but certainly these authors are suggesting it should be both for Indonesia to move ahead. We also need to look at pedagogical change. And there's been some interesting authors that have made comments about pedagogical change for sustainability. As Haywood describes, we need more than obedient recyclers. So it's more than knowing which bin you put your recycling in. You actually need to think critically about it and also shift from matters of fact to matters of concern, as Matsumoto says. It's not just the factual information that we need about which things you put in which bins, but it's also about thinking more deeply about the concerns about how do we produce so much waste? Where does it come from? Where does it ultimately go to? What other ways can we deal with this particular problem? So they're the sorts of pedagogical shifts that we need to work with children for much deeper and more critically reflective thinking, of not more than just, we put this in this bin and we put that in the other bin. So a deeper approach to pedagogy. And something that's come through very strongly from Kishore Manga's thesis in Bhutan, and also from my reading of Parker and Prabawa Sia's document about Indonesia, is that there is certainly a need for rethinking pedagogies for change. And at the moment, it seems that what predominates are very much teacher-centred, rote learning, text and exam focused, and helplessness and eco-anxiety ideas around pedagogy. And most of the literature internationally, and certainly in Kishore Manga's work in Bhutan, what he is advocating is a shift towards more interactive and student child-centred pedagogies, certainly much more action-orientated, so that students and children are engaged in problem-solving, collaboration and critical thinking, being community and real-life focused. So what are the issues in the local community where children and students could be investigating and devising solutions? and also a notion of optimism and positive engagement that needs to be part of the pedagogy with children. So another aspect beyond pedagogy and curriculum, we also need to think about what are the productive partnerships that could be formed with community organisations and governments. And you know best what would work internationally in your location internationally in Indonesia. Are there food growing projects, wildlife conservation projects, revegetation projects in deforested areas, waste management initiatives, and water quality monitoring? I know that in Bhutan particularly, the waste management that Kishore Mangak talked about a lot, how this was very much part of school practice, but beyond picking up pieces of paper, there needed to be a much more critical engagement with the whole issue of where does waste come from and how can we manage this waste issue in different ways. So it's up to you as educators in your particular community context, in your schools and institutes, to think about what are the partnerships for change that could be created locally in Indonesia. Also, we need to think about in-service and pre-service teacher training in sustainability. And this is an area where there can be significant change. And this work has come from a study I did in Australia of sustainability in the early childhood sector, but also my broader understanding from Bhutan, that often I think we're dealing both in Indonesia and Australia and in Bhutan, we're dealing with geographically dispersed teachers, both in service and pre-service. There is cultural and linguistic diversity across our countries, and there are also varied qualifications, experience, and different values and worldviews that young teachers bring to the profession. So we need a range of professional learning strategies, whether that's in an educational institute or whether that's on the ground actually out in schools, that are going to support teachers to engage with sustainability. So it might be information technologies that can cover those geographic distances that we deal with. It might be project or action research-based learning, and I've seen that working quite well in the tertiary sector. Practical resourcing for teachers, direct relationships. Often there can be relationships between sister schools that are both engaged in sustainability projects and they support each other along the way. It could be professional networks and recognition and funding to facilitate sharing of accumulated expertise. And it's the professional networks in Australia in the early childhood sector that have been absolutely foundational to promoting early childhood education for sustainability across Australia. And I believe that that's quite unique internationally from the discussions I've had. So there is much to be done around teacher education, both at the in-service and the pre-service level. And we also need to remember the green infrastructure and design. So for children and students, we need to think about the importance of spaces for outdoor learning, that all learning doesn't occur inside, that it can equally occur outside. And then outdoor learning does lend itself to a range of sustainability discussions, the ethics of sustainability, and how we manage and care for our immediate environment, the plants and animals. We also need to look at sustainable building design and construction for energy and water efficiencies and to model best practice. And the example I've given here is, you know that in Australia we have many droughts. I expect that droughts are perhaps not so common in Indonesia, but in Australia they certainly are. And this is a preschool centre that has hydro panels on the roof. So these hydro panels extract water vapour from the air to create drinkable water for the children in this preschool. And they were producing about 60 litres a day of water. And it's not just the fact that they're on the roof and providing water, but this is a teaching and learning experience for children about all the things that we can do to address drought as an issue in our local community. So they've become a role model for other services wanting to deal with water conservation. And of course, retrofitting for sustainable school operation is possible. Those sorts of things are going to require government intervention at a range of different levels and funding, but it needs initiatives from local people in schools to support that retrofitting and change to make the buildings more sustainable. And ultimately what we're trying to do is to create a whole school approach. And whole school approach as an approach to education for sustainability has been around for quite some time, but it's developing. There's been a bit of a resurgence at the moment through the work of Ariane Walls in the Netherlands. And this particular diagram I think is very useful from the Green Progress. And it really covers a lot of the things that I've just talked about in terms of a strategic multi-stakeholder approach. We need to think about what do we teach in curriculum, how do we learn the pedagogy, where do we learn, what is the building like, who do we learn from, so how do we engage in in-service and pre-service, and who do we learn with, and the school environment is part of that ultimate learning environment. So I would advocate to you, if you're wanting to engage in this process of change, that you take a whole school approach. Not everything can be done all at once. It needs to be done in steps or stages. There's a little joke that says, how do you eat an elephant? And the response is one bite at a time. So it's important to take one little chunk or one little bite at a time, what you can do locally in your school or institution to begin that process of change. So what we're doing is creating system change, not climate change. Creating system change about teaching and learning differently in culturally relevant ways that are going to be important to you in Indonesia, in your cultural context. And what we're hoping to do is strengthen the Sustainable Development Goals, in particular SDG 4. So thank you for listening to my presentation today, and I wish you well in addressing SDG 4 for sustainability for everybody across the world. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Sue Elliott. So, Alhamdulillah, probably we in our institution, we have a number of lecturers who studied about the environment, like Mahfud, like Tri, and also Susmilisi, and how the environment, how the concern of higher education institution to the environment around us, like for in Pekalongan also, we have Batik, and how Batik industry has influenced quite negatively to the environmental condition of the Pekalongan. Okay, so the last speaker, Professor Franz Uin, is Professor is here. Are we still waiting for him? So, Dr. Elliott, so have you ever heard about these two girls from Bali who had their campaign, Bali free from plastic bag, and it's went viral, and even both of them had presentation on TED Talk, I think. Okay, so Professor Franz Uin is ready to give his presentation. Professor Uin?
Yes.
Oh, okay. Alhamdulillah, good. Good to hear your voice. So, you're the last speaker, Professor Uin. So, from the information that I got, so you are focusing on how the religious education, and you also have some research on theology and how this religious education can be related to the environment education as inclusive education. So a very interesting point, considering that so far we have discussed from the how higher education institution have their attention to the environment, and then Professor Sue Elliott also focusing on how this childhood, primary and secondary school children should be taught to to sustainable development goals. And now you have your presentation on how this environment education as inclusive education could help give a benefit to the environmental condition and to sustainable our earth. Okay, so without further ado, Professor Frans, this is your time, and please welcome Professor Frans from the Netherlands.
Thank you very much for this kind introduction. Do you hear me well?
Yes, very clear, Professor.
And do you see my PowerPoint?
Not yet PowerPoint. So, you present your PowerPoint from your computer or?
Yeah, but I share. I see the PowerPoint. I share the PowerPoint now.
Okay. Yes, it's on the screen now.
Okay, good. Well, thank you very much for this opportunity to share some ideas about climate change as a common challenge. And I thank the organizers for inviting me. And I also congratulate EIN Pekalongan for becoming an Islamic university. So congratulations. The disadvantage of being the last speaker in a panel is always that previous speakers may have said what you wanted to say. And partly that is also true for this panel. But luckily, I think I'm going to say something new. Dr. Yusuf Hanafi spoke about the issue of radicalism and how to overcome radicalism by including moderation value in Islamic education. Sue Elliott spoke about environment and the challenges for educating young children. Very good presentations. What I try to do is linking the two debates, and well, in that sense, it is a happy coincidence that I'm the last speaker. Well, in fact, this conference has an interesting mix of key concepts. Moderate Islamic education, inclusive education, sustainable development. And my topic is how can we relate the three concepts. And as I said already, some of the previous speakers spoke about some of the issues, so I can be brief about that. And I will try to focus more on linking the three concepts. Well, what we see here is quite common, I think, for you. This is Pasuruan, a heavily polluted river full of plastic. And one of the issues that I'm interested in, and there's my research in Indonesia, is purity as a key value in Islam, and the fact of pollution everywhere in Indonesia. And that shows the ambivalence of religion. I will talk about that. Now, when we speak about moderate Islamic education in a plural society, we immediately think about the threat of radicalism. Well, that was introduced by the first speaker, Professor Iconie, and by Dr. Yusuf. Extremism, fundamentalism, jihadism, salafism, and so on and so on and so on. And then the need of moderation, balancing between full commitment to the own faith and full openness to the faith of others. When we think about Islamic education in the context of the Sustainable Development Goals, and Professor Su was clear about that, we think about another threat, namely the environmental crisis, climate change, loss of biodiversity, deforestation, pollution of air. Well, Dr. Su mentioned all of those issues. And the need of moderation, balancing between what I call a deep ecology approach and an eco-modernity approach. I will come back to that later because that addresses a point that Dr. Iconie made, how to combine religious education and secular education, science and technology. Now, the first threat, the threat of radicalism involves a very small part of our population. But when it happens, for example, a bomb attack in Jakarta or a bomb attack in Bali, it is immediately visible and many people die. Now, the second threat, the threat of climate change, we don't see. We don't see it immediately, but everybody is involved. As a slow killer, when we drink polluted water or breathe polluted air, it is a slow killer, so it is a threat for all of us. So what I try to do is to link both debates, and I said already, the issue of radicalism was addressed by Dr. Yusuf. The issue of environmentalism was addressed by Dr. Soon, so I try to focus on the last part. Islamic education in a plural society, the plea for inclusive education. Now, we all know Indonesia has had violent clashes, particularly after the New Order era. Professor Iconie spoke about it, the New Order, basically an authoritarian regime, no freedom of speech, no freedom of media, and also religious voices were suppressed. Now, after the Reformation, of course, freedom of speech, but also the freedom for more radicalist groups to express their views. Now, large-scale, sorry, there's a lot of background noise. I'm not sure where it comes from. Large-scale surveys in Indonesia show that there is a high level of contact avoidance with others in Indonesia. Asked if people would accept a mayor or an inmate, a civil servant, a police officer, or best friend, or a spouse from another religious background, most respondents answered that they would not. So there is a lot of contact avoidance. And also conflicts between and tensions between religions. However, there are also numerous interfaith initiatives to overcome conflicts between believers and promote harmony. Well, I'm not going to mention all of them, but within the bigger organizations like Nahdlatul Ulama, Muhammadiyah, there are programs for interreligious dialogue. For example, the Wahid Institute within NU, or the Ma'arif Institute within Muhammadiyah. The government is quite active, particularly the Ministry of Religious Affairs, in promoting interreligious tolerance and harmony, stimulating the Pancasila ID. Dr. Yusuf spoke about it already. And what we see in Islamic education, and of course this conference is about Islamic education, is that there is a massive support for mono-religious education in Indonesia. An empirical study of religious education in Indonesia, out of 790 students, most students agree that they accept mono-religious education. For example, religious education that help to convince themselves of their beliefs and values and rituals of their own religion. Now, when you ask them about multi-religious education, so promoting tolerance to others, or even interreligious education, promoting dialogue, most respondents say that they are not sure about that. However, there are also many good practices, that promote inclusive education, promoting interfaith dialogue. Now, when I think about moderation in this context, in the context of inclusive education, I think about going between the extremes of balancing, on the one hand, being fully committed to the own faith, Dr. Yusuf spoke about that, and at the same time being fully open to the faith of others. And I think that can be done, and at the end of my talk I will give some examples of that. Now going to the second topic, Islamic education and sustainable development, a plea for environment education. I'm not going to repeat everything that Dr. Su said, but Indonesia is the second largest emitter of greenhouse gas and the producer of plastic waste in the world. We saw the picture in Pasuruan. Indonesia has the most polluted rivers in the world. Ciliwung, Citarum belong to the top 10 polluted rivers in the world, containing microplastics, chemicals, metals, antibiotics, so full of pollution. And it is the second deforester of the world. So there is really a challenge here. However, there are also many attempts to overcome these challenges. Indonesia was the first oil-producing country to sign the Kyoto Protocol in 2004. It hosted the United Nations Climate Conference in Bali. It promised to control greenhouse gas emission at the meeting of the G20 leaders in 2009. And recently at the United Nations Ocean Conference in New York 2007, Indonesia promised to reduce plastic waste by 70% in 2025. Faith-based organizations are not at the forefront of the green movement, and I think we have to be honest about that. But increasingly, they play their part. Here again, promoted by the government. Let me give some examples. We have the Interfaith Coalition for Climate Change Action. That is an outcome of the Interfaith Climate Change Statement at the occasion of the signing of the Paris Agreement. Now, members of the Interfaith Coalition for Climate Change Action in Jakarta met in 2019, and they are really very active in promoting, for example, green churches, green mosques. They produce quite interesting material, not only to talk about climate change and the reasons of climate change, but also referring to the respective religions, religious texts, Hindu, Buddha, Islam, Catholic, Protestant, indigenous beliefs, and they have many interesting guidelines for creating eco-friendly houses of worship. Now, Dr. Su showed some interesting pictures for making schools eco-friendly. Well, you can do the same thing, of course, for houses of worship. We talk about eco-Islam, eco-Daqwa, eco-Sharia, and so on. So there is really a movement within Islam to green or create green or clean Islam. Now, in the level of education, the Indonesian Ministry of Environment Education has been promoting environment education since 2014. In that year, it published a report, Environment Education in Indonesia, to implement environment education in 250,000 schools and over more than 3,000 universities. And just think about the huge impact that could have if we really could be able to implement environment education in 250,000 schools and 3,000 universities. I mean, implementing the ideas that Dr. Xu pursued, then that would have a great impact. Now, moderation in this context, in my view, signifies balancing between secular education and religious education, as Professor Iconie in the first lecture indicated, an integral or integrated science that does not make a difference between religious values or religious education on the one hand and science and technology on the other. But in the environmentalism debate, there is some discussion between those who want to go a deep ecology approach, for example, going back to nature, organic farming, small is beautiful, environmental conservation, and so on, and eco-modernity, those people who stress that we can only solve those huge challenges if we invest in green or clean technology, in circular economies, and so on. So I think there is a debate and a need for balancing those extremes in environmental education as well. Now, as I said already, my aim is to link both debates. In my view, the sustainability challenges that Dr. Su spoke about and environment education puts religious education in a much broader and global perspective. And by doing so, it moderates Islamic education. Sustainability is a global issue. It crosses the boundaries of faith. It is not about Islam. It is not about Catholic, Protestant, Hindu. It is about all of us. So when we seriously address the issue of sustainable development, we need to go beyond the boundaries of our own faith. But, and that is my second point, environment education also shows the ambivalence of religion. As is clearly shown, religion, all religions, including Islam, is part of the problem. It is also part of the solution. Now, I've done quite some researches on eco-Islam, and I see quite some challenges in Islam. I mentioned 4 of them. Generally, there is a gap between the theory and the practice. There are beautiful fatwas issued by NU about plastic waste, but they are not implemented in the pesantren. So there is a gap between the theory and the practice. There is a focus on the spiritual world. So unlike Dr. Iconie, who spoke about integral science, what I see in many pesantren is that they clearly separate the spiritual world from the material world. So there is a challenge here. Third, I see a very complex jurisprudence in Islam. For example, I deal with plastic waste, and I see that the legislation in Islam is quite complex to reach a very simple solution, how to abandon or to do away with plastic. Technologically, that is possible, but there are also all kinds of Islamic regulations that prevent people from doing it. And last but not least, a more theological notion, there is the ambiguity of the stewardship concept, the al-Khalifa idea. That can be interpreted in many ways. Some people interpret it as the human being as the master of nature. We can exploit nature, we can dominate nature, but al-Khalifa can also be understood as the guardian of nature. So there is also a theological challenge here. Now, a principle that runs through both inclusive education and environment education is balancing revelation and rationality. And I think that is the point that Professor Iconie spoke about in his first excellent lecture. We have to integrate science and technology, secular education, and religious education. And that can be done by balancing revelation and rationality. And I think medieval Islamic thinkers show that can be done. And I think Ibn Sina, Al-Ghazali, Ibn Rushdi, and so on, but also contemporary Islamic scholars such as Sayyid Nasr. So there is a huge tradition within Islam that really helps us to overcome the gap between science and technology and religious values. I come to a conclusion, 3 short conclusions. First of all, environment education can bring moderation to Islamic education by putting religion in a global context. Climate change is a common challenge. It is about all of us, and it really shows the need to cross the boundaries of faith to really implement inclusive education. But as I said already, in Indonesia, a large-scale survey shows that there is a massive support for mono-religious education. So not interreligious or multi-religious education, and we have to seriously think about it. Secondly, environmental education in Islam is good for nature, but it is also good for Islam, because it balances full commitment, and of course, believers have to be fully committed to their own belief, but at the same time being fully open to the others. And that is a challenge that also religious education has to overcome. Third, caution is needed. Greening Islam can also be a window dressing to show the superiority of religion in a propagated way. And I saw that happening, unfortunately, by some Islamic programs that show us, look how good we are and how we are progressing. So I think this is a caution that is needed, that greening Islam is not a form of window dressing, but is really addressing the environmental challenges that concern all of us. Religion is part of the problem. It is also part of the solution, and I think there is a huge task for Islamic education to play its part. I thank you for the attention, and I give the floor back to the moderator.
Okay, thank you very much, Professor Franz Susens. Applause for the professor, please. Okay, this is a challenge for us, as Professor Franz Susens addressed, how there is a very huge potentiality that Islamic education has on how to solve the environmental problems, but also there are some challenges that should be faced, like the Professor also addressed about the ambivalence of the how the teaching of Islam and the practice sometimes they don't get well. So how are these problems can be solved? So we have a session of question and answers from the very beginning of our speaker, Professor Chachan, and then Professor Yusuf, and then Dr. Suelia, and also the last one, Professor Franz Wiesen. So I will give the opportunity for the audience. This is also opportunity for the online audience or just for the offline audience? Both, okay. So the online audience, they can of course ask some question, and for the offline audience also can have some questions. So just straight to the session question answer. Everybody in this room want to have some question and answer, and please mention your name also, to which speaker your question will be addressed. Okay, one from gentleman and second from lady. Okay, can the committee please give the microphone for the gentleman in the middle of the room? Okay, say your name and Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thanks for the chance for me. I will introduce myself. I'm student. I'm from State Islamic of Pekalongan. I'm sorry. This question is open by asking that person who wants to be asked. Maksudnya ini pertanyaannya bisa ditujukan untuk saya satu saja. Terima kasih. Saya tujukan kepada Bapak siapa tadi ya? Maaf. Mr. Yusuf Hanafi dari Uin. In the question, build religious modernization through scientific integrity, maybe from the implementation of religious modernization and scientific integrity from the perspective of Islamic education in plural society. Give me an explanation from Mr. Yusuf Hanafi regarding this. Jadi, bagaimana dengan moderasi beragama
melalui integritas keilmuan. Mungkin dari implementasi literasi beragama dan integrasi keilmuan perspektif dipandang dari pendidikan Islam pada luar society ini. Terima kasih. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Okay, next.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Let me introduce myself. My name is Safira Bella Murpadani. I'm a delegation of English Student Association. I want to ask to Professor Jajang Jahrani. Okay, integrating science and religion is almost easy in rhetorical level, but difficult in practical level. Some terminologies have been proposed to name this integration such as mengharmonisasikan, mengintegrasikan, memadukan, menyatukan, mendamaikan, and so on. And the question is, will you show some examples of how to integrate science and religion in Islamic in higher education? Thank you. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you. What is that? And still more. Okay. Bu Dini. The question should go to the Australian speaker.
That's right. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. My name is Isriani Hardini. I would like to ask questions to Dr. Sue Elliott. Thank you for your insightful presentation, Dr. Sue. This is the background of my questions. So, the National Development Planning Agency has published the roadmap of SDGs by 2030. This roadmap is discussed about the quality education in Indonesia, which focuses on literacy in the elementary and also secondary schools. However, this roadmap did not include the implementation of SDGs in higher education. It is only discussed about gender in higher education. How can we implement the SDGs in our curriculum in the Faculty of Education and Teacher Training at our university, or maybe in other university in Indonesia? Thank you very much, Dr. Su.
Okay, thank you, Bu Dini. And still some person, I don't know if there are some questions from online participants, the committees. Are there any questions from online participants?
Yes, we have.
Okay. So we have so far 3 questions from the offline participants in the room. So the first question is given by a student from the Uin, Abdurrahman Wahid, bertanya kepada Pak Yusuf, Dr. Yusuf Hanafi, tentang bagaimana penjelasannya yang lebih rinci mengenai integrasi yang dilakukan oleh perguruan tinggi dan kaitannya dengan moderasi beragama. Seperti itu Mas ya, kurang lebih rinci. So langsung saja Profesor Yusuf Hanafi, you can respond to this question tentang penjelasan lebih jauh bagaimana integrasi yang bisa dilakukan oleh perguruan tinggi kaitannya dengan menumbuhkan nilai-nilai moderasi beragama. So, time is yours, Professor Yusuf.
Thank you. Before I answer a question from student, there is a question in chat box, Mr. Dr. Nurhalis, from Mr. Ahmad Khalid.
Okay.
How do government and academia control the educational curriculum of Takfiri group in Indonesia? where this group applies the curriculum of foreign countries or intolerant countries. Jadi ada pertanyaan di chat box ya sebelum saya menjawab pertanyaan mahasiswa itu. Di sana ditanyakan bagaimana kontrol pemerintah dan akademisi terhadap kurikulum kelompok takfiri di Indonesia. Di mana kelompok takfiri ini menerapkan kurikulum asing atau kurikulum intoleran. This is a good question, but in the same time, a difficult one to answer. There are several ways and strategies that can be done to overcome implementation of intolerant curriculum in educational practices. The first, we can take a structural approach through strengthening regulations where mandatory curriculum content such as Pancasila lesson, pelajaran Pancasila, shape lesson, pelajaran kewarganegaraan, and others are ensured to be implemented and enforced in every unit of educational institution. Strict control from the educational office, Dinas Pendidikan, is a necessity to ensure the habituation of the nationalism characters really take place in educational unit. For example, flag ceremonies, upacara bendera, installation of state symbols, pemasangan simbol-simbol negara, photos of president and vice president, Garuda Pancasila, and others. The second, we can also take a cultural approach through strengthening local culture and tradition that foster nationalism and moderate characters, like selamatan in the Indonesian Independence Day or other activities. Considering that the questioner and the majority of the audience are academic who speak Indonesian, I ask permission to respond and answer the second question in Indonesian, so that my explanation is easier to understand.
Okay. No problem, Professor.
Ya, saya ingin menjawab pertanyaan dari adik mahasiswa tadi. Saya akan memperjelas apa yang saya kemukakan di dalam presentasi. Jadi bagaimana kita menginternalisasi religious moderation values, ya. Jadi bagaimana kita menginternalisasi nilai-nilai moderasi beragama. Tadi saya menawarkan ada 4 model yang bisa kita ambil. Jadi model yang pertama, kita menjadikan moderasi beragama ini sebagai mata kuliah institusional. Jadi ibaratnya kalau di Indonesia itu ada MKU begitu. Jadi kita menjadikan moderasi beragama ini sebagai salah satu mata kuliah di MKU kita. Jadi kalau selama ini kita kenal ada mata kuliah Pancasila, kewarganegaraan, begitu, pendidikan agama, akan bagus begitu jika kemudian ada mata kuliah moderasi beragama. Ya, soal nama nanti itu tergantung kebijakan institusi, gitu ya. Nah, ini salah satu contoh nama, begitu ya. Misalkan mata kuliahnya dinamakan mata kuliahnya dinamakan Studi Moderasi Beragama dalam Pendidikan Islam dan Masyarakat Multikultural. Gitu. Jadi ini adalah pilihan yang pertama, di mana moderasi beragama ini dijadikan sebagai institutional arts, gitu ya, mata kuliah institusional. Dan tentu ada step-step yang harus dilakukan, begitu. Saya kira saya tidak perlu menjelaskan lagi supaya tidak terlalu panjang. Kemudian model yang kedua, adik mahasiswa dan juga segenap audien, kita tidak menjadikan moderasi beragama ini sebagai mata kuliah khusus, sebagai mata kuliah mandiri. Tetapi kita hanya menginsersi, ya, menitipkan nilai-nilai moderasi beragama di dalam mata kuliah yang relevan. Jadi kata kuncinya hanya relevant subject. Jadi kita memilih courses yang kita rasa bisa kita titipi nilai-nilai moderasi beragama yang kita tuangkan di dalam materi dan topik-topik khusus. Nah, ini contohnya. Jadi ini adalah contoh materi dan topik moderasi beragama yang kita titipkan di mata kuliah yang relevan. Misalnya materi tentang wasatiyah Islamiyah, kemudian materi tentang radikalisme atas nama agama, cinta tanah air, menghargai keragaman dan kemajmukan, kemudian menjunjung tinggi harkat dan martabat manusia, kemudian juga bisa materi tentang respon Islam terhadap budaya dan tradisi lokal, termasuk juga materi tentang hak asasi manusia dan demokratisasi. Kemudian pilihan yang ketiga di dalam internalisasi nilai-nilai moderasi beragama dalam kurikulum pendidikan adalah memasukkan nilai-nilai moderasi beragama dalam kegiatan non-SKS. Jadi kata kuncinya adalah kita memasukkan nilai-nilai moderasi beragama di dalam kegiatan non-SKS. Ini yang kemudian lebih sering dikenal sebagai indirect teaching atau hidden curriculum. Nah, bentuk-bentuk kegiatannya, ya, misalnya kita mengadakan workshop, ya, tentang moderasi beragama. Dan sebenarnya kegiatan kita pada pagi hingga siang ini itu bagian daripada model yang ketiga, hidden curriculum atau indirect teaching. Jadi kita mengadakan international conference di mana tema besarnya adalah Moderate Islamic Education for Sustainable Development in Plural Society. Atau juga kita bisa mengadakan kegiatan training of trainees. Jadi pelatihan untuk pelatih moderasi beragama. Kita juga bisa mengadakan kegiatan workshop untuk promosi moderasi beragama. Jadi misalnya di Uin Kiai Haji Abdurrahman Wahid ini mengadakan launching rumah moderasi beragama RMB, ya, atau juga launching sekolah moderasi beragama. Itu adalah bagian dari workshop for promoting, ya, religious moderation, ya. Termasuk juga kita memunculkan misalkan ada duta moderasi beragama. Di Uin Uin Kiai Haji Abdurrahman itu ada beberapa sosok mahasiswa atau komunitas, gitu ya, di mana mereka dijadikan sebagai pioneers, gitu ya, sebagai pelopor moderasi beragama. Kemudian model yang keempat, ibu bapak dan adik-adik mahasiswa, yang bisa kita lakukan adalah kita memasukkan nilai-nilai moderasi beragama di dalam budaya kampus. Jadi integrating religious moderation values through campus culture. Jadi kita jadikan moderasi beragama itu sebagai kultur. Banyak cara yang bisa dilakukan, bisa melalui artefak-artefak, gitu ya. Artefak itu kalau bahasa kita mungkin apakah itu stand banner, ya, kemudian ada baliho, ya, atau kalau kita punya TV digital besar, itu ya, kita bisa memasang berbagai flyer dan semacamnya ya untuk menumbuhkan kultur moderat. Nah, termasuk dalam konteks ini adalah penerapan regulasi dari pimpinan universitas, di mana regulasi-regulasi ini mengarah kepada pembudayaan moderasi beragama. Kemudian juga universitas memberikan perlakuan yang equal, gitu ya, untuk semua sivitasnya, apakah itu lecturers, ya, staff, student, begitu ya, tanpa kemudian membeda-bedakan sivitasnya, begitu, berbasis perbedaan paham keagamaan, budaya, etnik, bahasa, dan lainnya. Saya kira itu jawaban dari saya untuk pertanyaan adik mahasiswa. I return the forum to moderators. Thank you.
Terima kasih. Thank you very much, Professor Yusuf Hanafi. That's the answer from Professor Yusuf Hanafi. And the second question goes to Professor Jajang. And the question is asking some examples of how this retorika about integration, harmonization, dan lain sebagainya praktek di lapangan persisnya itu seperti apa dan bagaimana cara melakukannya. Mungkin seperti itu, Profesor Jajang, waktu saya berikan Profesor.
Terima kasih. We don't have to think about the term harmonization, integration, blah blah blah, ya. But we have to understand the concept correctly. I want to give you an example of two scientists. Yeah, let's say Ibn Sina, Muslim scholar Ibn Sina, and contemporary scientist Richard Dawkins. Richard Dawkins is a British scientist, still alive, and he is a self-proclaimed atheist. He does not believe in God. Richard Dawkins. Both Ibn Sina and Richard Dawkins are scientists. Let's see how they are working. Okay? Ibn Sina and Richard Dawkins, of course, as a scientist, they are working based on observation. Scientists base their work on observation, analysis, empirical, and so on and so forth. Both are working the same methodology. What is the difference between Ibn Sina and Richard Dawkins? Ibn Sina believed that this science and the object of science and the universe are the manifestation of God. They are created by God. So there is a belief, there is iman, which underlie everything he makes. While Richard Dawkins does not believe in God. Everything is a natural phenomenon. The universe, right, since he is a theist, does not believe in God, the universe is created based on the law, natural law. He does not mention God in his working. So that is the, I would say that is the, what is that? Epistemological level. In epistemological level, they are different. They have different philosophical foundations. Ibn Sina believes that everything is the manifestation of God. Every knowledge is knowledge of God. Why? Because he is a Muslim. Richard Dawkins, an atheist, does not believe in God. But they are working the same. Because methodologically, science is working based on the same methodology, the same empirical model, the same observations. So that's the first, right? In practice, they are different in practice? Could be. Maybe Ibn Sina start his working by praying, taking ablution, and then praying, and then read some prayer while Richard Dawkins does not. Ya, karena Ibnu Sina ini seorang Muslim, tentu saja dia mungkin sholat itu dulu doa dan seterusnya. Richard Dawkins tentu saja enggak. The practice can be very different between the Muslim scientist and the secular scientist, atheist, ya. So what concern me is that some people, what they mean by integration is that they put some Quranic verses every time they are working on physics. They are looking for their explaining universe, and they are quoting the Quranic verses. Inna fi khalqis samawati wal ardi wa ikhtilafil laili bla bla bla. That is not integration. That is the Islamization. Integration is working on the what is that? Epistemological aspect. So that's the integration. How do you call it? Integration, harmonization? Because what we see now is that there is a kind of Islamization of knowledge that is very dangerous. Like Harun Yahya did, like Zakir Naik did, right? And then also there are many Muslim scientists who, let's put aside our religion because we are going to our lab. This is different. This is not true. The right way is that religion give us some paradigmatic foundation about what we are doing. There is a hadith that say that setiap pekerjaan manusia, every human being that this does not start with basmalah will cut down. We should say basmalah first before we are doing something, because otherwise it will cut down from the blessing of God. In my opinion, basmalah gives us a paradigm that what we are doing is basically created by God, and we put everything, the result of our deed, to God, and so on and so forth. That's, in my opinion, the integration. The integration is not the ayatization, ayat memberi ayat. In the beginning of 2000, this is a model of integration, and I don't agree with that. Physics were taught by two teachers. The first teacher is physics teacher, and the second teacher is religious teacher. So every time physics teacher explained the universe, the religious teacher mentioned the Quranic verses. They are standing in front of the class. The physics teacher is still young, very smart, while the religious is old and boring, something like that. This is what the students say. This is not right. This is not the integration. This is the ayatization. Very instant integration. So I hope you understand. Ada ya di belakang sana. Terima kasih.
Thank you very much, Professor Gatanya. Very well applied pioneer views of how integration should be practiced in real life situations. So, firstly, please understand the concept very well, and everything that we do, everything that we practice every day should be based on how our religion teaches us on those frequencies. Okay, so we still have to thank you for watching, because we have something to do, and please give another applause for Professor Sajang for his position today. and best of luck and all of the success for future. Thank you. Okay, we still have more questions to be answered. And we still have about 20 minutes or so. So I will give the time to both two other speakers. First, I will give the time to Dr. Swelia. Question from AJ regarding I don't quite catch what is the document that she mentioned, but what I understood is how Islamic higher education could okay. So, excuse me, Dr. Sueliat, because Professor Chachang is leaving the room, so we will have this opportunity for the committee to give some souvenir for Professor Chachang. So, please, the committee, you can have the.
Thank you, Prof. Jajang. And for the other invited speakers, the certificates are available from the committee and will be presented through Zoom meeting. Thank you.
Okay, so we continue to the question and answer session. The next question from Budini is given to Sue Elliott. Budini questioning about how Islamic higher education could participate. This is what, if I'm not misunderstood, how to participate to the application or to the implementation in strengthening sustainable development goals. So, Dr. Sueliat, time is yours, so about 15 minutes to respond to this question.
Yeah. Thank you very much, Dr. Carlos, and thank you for the question about universities and how to embed sustainability in universities. This is quite a complex question, and I wish I had a magic solution. Probably Franz could also talk about this topic as well. There have been some interesting studies done around universities and sustainability. Probably the one by Ferreira and Davis in Australia I'm most familiar with. And they do talk about systemic change in universities. And very similar to what I was talking about in my presentation about involving all stakeholders and looking at all aspects of the university to be able to facilitate systemic change. The first thing to look at, I think, is the governance of the university. So what is the mission statement? What is the vision of the university? Does the strategic plan for the university include sustainability and addressing the sustainable development goals? Is the university a signatory to the Tadwas Declaration, which was established in 1990 by university leaders with a 10-point plan for addressing sustainability in the university sector? So there are many aspects of university governance that could be inclusive of sustainability. Unfortunately, my experience is that sometimes those government statements don't filter down to the actual work of teaching and lecturing that university lecturers do, that there can be big statements, but it doesn't necessarily engage the academics who are actually writing subjects and courses for students. So there is definitely a need for upskilling academic lecturers in courses, particularly teacher education courses around sustainability, and not just sustainability knowledge, but understanding the diversity of pedagogies that are needed, the critical eco-pedagogies that are needed to engage with sustainability. There's also a need to look at the course accrediting bodies. So if there are external bodies that are regulating or accrediting teacher education courses, then I would hope that there would be some accreditation priority for sustainability to be included in teacher education courses. So whether that's governments or external bodies, that's something that could be looked at. Another thing that I noticed that is happening around the world, and I mentioned the change in curricular documents where sustainability is now being included in primary, secondary and early childhood curriculum documents. So if those documents are changing, and in teacher education, we need to address what is happening in the field for teachers. So it's really important that we look at the curricular documents that are available for teachers and then reflect the priorities and the principles of those documents in our teacher education courses. And that's something we're going to be looking at very closely in Australia in our early childhood teacher education courses because of the new principle in sustainability that is being brought into the early childhood curriculum. So we need to address that in our teacher education with early childhood educators. So there's no magic answer. We need to start at the top with governance. We need to actually work from the curricula in the field, and we also need to be upskilling the academics that are involved in delivering those courses and subjects in teacher education. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Sueliat. So, Pudini, that's the response from Dr. Sueliat. So maybe in our campus, Uin Pekalongan, in Haji Abdurrahman Wahid, we can add some courses in what is it in FTK, as particularly PAI, PGMI, PAO, on how those issues of environment and sustainable development goals could be addressed in some courses. Okay, the last question. The last question is given to Professor Frank Wilson. So it's the question from Muhammad Yusuf, and the question is questioning about your statement on religious ambivalence. So the question is, is it true that religion is ambivalent and two-faced, and but he believed that it is the other way around. So can you explain more, Professor Francis, about your statement that the religious ambivalence regarding this inclusive education and environment education? Time is yours, Professor Francis.
Sure, sure. I understand from the chat box that Yusuf doesn't agree with me, and I don't want to convince him, and I don't want to involve in a theological debate whether there is a pure religion that is perfect, but the implementation is not perfect. So I'm not going to deal with that topic. But let me simply give an example. In my view, there is a clear ambiguity between, on the one hand, Islamic law and jurisprudence, and then on the other hand, Islamic ethics and practices. And by the way, that is not only the case in Islam, that is in all major religions the case. Let me give a very practical example. One of my PhD students, who is a lecturer in UIN Semarang, is doing a research on plastic waste, sampah plastic. Now, as you know, some of you may know, MU has a very interesting ruling on sampah plastic. So there is a regulation since 2019 about reducing sampah plastic. It is not advisable. In Pasuruan, there are 7 pesantren that produce air mineral, distributing it in plastic bottles. The smallest pesantren, Pesantren Al Yasin, produces 75,000 bottles per day. Plastic, 75,000 bottles per day. There are seven pesantren doing that. We speak about millions of bottles only in Pasuruan. Forget about Aqua. Now, our question to the hearers, to the PI, is first of all, why you have a ruling about plastic? It is makruh, not haram. Why is it not haram? Secondly, if you would know that there are alternatives to plastic bottles, which are 100% degradable, would you go for the alternative? If not, why not? There are many interesting arguments come up. So one of the key I said, you know, in Islamic law, we have a rule saying that pure water, so pure water may not smell, it may not have a color, and it may not have a taste. Okay. Now, if we buy, for example, water in a carton bottle, degradable, 100% degradable, we cannot see the water. It must be transparent. Now, why is that so? It's a complex Islamic rule, which makes a technology which is there. If I go to Europe, I can buy very exclusive wine, I can buy exclusive products in carton bottles or wood fiber bottles or whatever bottles, 100% degradable. Why is that technology not implemented in Indonesia? And then there are many Islamic laws or religious laws that simply prevent that. So that is a very simple, very grassroots experience study conducted by one of my PhD students. On the one hand, we have a very clear Islamic ruling, fatwa. On the other hand, we have a practice. And when we talk to the PI, they are very reluctant, very slow to go for the change. I mean, Dr. Su spoke about the need to change, the need to transform. I said in my introduction, in 2019, the Indonesian government promised the entire world to reduce plastic waste by 75% in the year 2025. That is not a very realistic promise. But let's take it serious. Yeah? Let's take it serious. So the government urged all societal players, including Muhammadiyah, including NU, to reduce plastic waste. Now, why? My question, why do the pesantren? I would say let them be the first to implement a green technology or a clean technology. But they don't. So I hope that I make my point clear. And so there is a clear gap between, on the one hand, Islamic law, Islamic jurisprudence, and very good intentions, and on the other hand, the Islamic ethics, Islamic practices, and well, I think we have to, and Islamic education has to overcome that gap. I hope that I made my point clear.
Okay, I think it's a very clear explanation of the words ambivalence here, so it doesn't concern about the whole, the one picture ambivalence, but this is the ambivalence of how those teachings, the good teaching of Islam and could not be practiced in accordance with the teaching itself. So there are on one side there is a teaching of Islam, and the other side is the practice of teaching of Islam, which doesn't correspond to the teaching of Islam. So, and also Professor Franz Hussein has already given quite an example of how from the government of Indonesia and how the organization in Indonesia to say that to reduce the plastic waste, but so far the promise hasn't been met yet. So there's some problems to be undeveloped here, and this is the gap. This is the gap that maybe all of us, especially our institution, still could play its part in realizing how this environment, attention to the environment and attention to the moderation in religious views and how all those connected and can be addressed by our Islamic education in Kiai Haji Abdurrahman Wahid. A very clear and interesting response, Professor Hussein, and it is what is it? It is with evidence, and I think our student Muhammad Yusuf will understand all the response from the Professor Franz Hussein. So I think those are all the questions that were addressed to the speakers for now, and due to the time limit, it is 5 to 1 here in Pekalongan. So what about the committee, Pak Jaini? So should we finish the question and answer session here, or we open for another question and answer session? Finish? Okay. So for Dr. Sue Elliott and Professor Franz Hussein, thank you very much. Thank you very much for the interesting presentation and how your presentation could enrich our interest, our attention to the issues that it is not only locally, regionally, but it is international, globally, our problem, the problem for our children, our grandchildren, and for the future generations. So we should teach them and we should practice all that have been taught us about preserving our world, our earth, and we all do have those teachings from the religion, from pure humanity values. So all of that could have build some foundation for us to teach our children to the sustainable world for the coming future. Again, thank you very much, Professor Franz Hussein and Dr. Suelio. Okay, so from the committee, is there any souvenir? Souvenir for the... Oh, okay. So, for all who asked the question in this forum, could you come forward to the front, because the committee would like to give you some presents. Okay, masnya tadi, masnya sama mbaknya, dan berarti Budinya dapat? Budinya dapat juga? Semua penanya? Oh, okay, including Budini. Please come forward. Oke, para penanya offline. Termasuk Bu Sophia. Silakan, silakan. Mau diberi buku oleh Pak Wadek 1, buku rekening.
Whereas buat bicara lewat apa? Sertifikatnya? Berarti online disampaikan.
Okay, thank you very much. Now we are already 1 o'clock sharp. So inshallah we will be closing this first session of the first day of the Iconie. So please, all the audience, please again give an applause to all the 4 speakers today for their contribution to the Iconie too. So me as a moderator, please forgive me for my shortcomings, and wabillahi taufiq wal hidayah. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Silakan yang narsum nggak silakan meninggalkan juga nggak apa-apa, nggak usah.
Thank you for Dr. Nurholis for leading very insightful first conference session. Give applause for Dr. Nurholis, please. And ladies and gentlemen, the next session is parallel session that will be started at 1:30 p.m. And for the presenters, please prepare your presentation. And you can join the venue based on the venue's division that has been distributed through our WhatsApp group. And thank you for the moderator. Thank you for the presenters. See you after the parallel session. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, the speakers.
Bye-bye. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Watson, Professor Yusuf. And for the audience, you still have about 40 minutes to have a lunch break. And after that, please directly join the venue based on the venue's division. Boleh istirahat sholat dan makan siang dulu sampai sekitar jam 1:30. Nanti langsung bergabung ke venue masing-masing. Jadi sudah disiapkan venue masing-masing. Bapak Ibu nanti langsung menuju ke venue masing-masing setelah makan siang. Terima kasih.